Leslie always said the universe had a sense of humor. He would joke about it in his lectures, his glasses perched on the edge of his nose, a mess of wild, dark curls escaping his lab coat. "You think you've got it figured out," he'd say, "and then the universe pulls the rug out from under you. Or worse, it just pulls you into itself." The students, typically bored or distracted, would laugh politely. But Leslie knew there was truth behind the joke. He had always been obsessed with the idea of black holes, those cosmic voids that devoured everything in their path, including light itself. What made them so terrifying, and yet so seductive, was their total indifference. No one, not even the universe, cared if Leslie understood them. In the end, that was the true joke. It started in a conference room in downtown Manhattan, where Leslie's life took a strange turn, though he didn't know it yet. Leslie stood before an audience of prestigious physicists and scientists, trying to ignore the small puddle of coffee spreading across the floor. He had been rushing to get to the stage, too nervous to carry his coffee cup properly, and now it seemed the universe, just like his professors in college, was laughing at him. The liquid slowly pooled beneath his feet, and the audience murmured, unsure if they should help him clean up or if it was part of some eccentric performance art. For a moment, Leslie wondered if he should just quit. Maybe he should have just stayed in his lab, where the only things that could laugh at him were his own theories. But no, he'd worked too hard for this, too long, to let something like a spilled cup of coffee ruin it. With a deep breath, Leslie adjusted his glasses and turned toward the podium. The chatter in the room died down as the crowd settled into their seats. His heart pounded in his chest as he glanced at his notes, but he didn't need them. His presentation was imprinted in his mind, every word, every equation, every thought. So, he began, clearing his throat and trying to hide the nervous quiver in his voice. "What if I told you that we, as a species, could control gravity?" A few eyebrows raised in skeptical curiosity. Leslie straightened up, catching the attention of the crowd. Not just on a massive scale, like the gravity of a planet, but on the smallest possible scale. At the quantum level. Using mini black holes. The silence that followed was palpable. A couple of snickers came from the back of the room. Leslie could practically hear them thinking, "Here we go. Another dreamer." He ignored them. For a moment, Leslie allowed himself to focus only on the equations flashing in his mind, the ones that described the delicate dance of particles at the heart of a black hole. He'd figured it out. The math was finally perfect. And it had come to him, not in a dream or in a lab, but in the middle of a midnight walk under the stars. It was simple. Elegant, even. Control the smallest black holes, those with masses thousands of times smaller than an atom, and you could manipulate spacetime itself. Leslie smiled as he clicked a button on the projector, and an intricate simulation appeared on the screen behind him. It showed a small, swirling vortex, a speck of light that bent and stretched the surrounding space. A mini black hole. His creation. His achievement. The audience was silent. Some were leaning forward, others were squinting at the screen. Leslie's heart began to race again, but this time with excitement. "You see," he continued, "if we can control these particles, we control gravity. And if we control gravity, we control time itself." Leslie took a step back and retrieved a small, shiny device from his pocket, a metallic sphere about the size of a tennis ball, with a tiny glowing core at its center. It was his black hole generator, the prototype he'd been perfecting in his lab for the last few years. "I call it the Event Horizon Generator," he said, grinning as he placed it carefully on the podium. "And tonight, I'll show you that it works." With a dramatic flourish, Leslie activated the device. For a moment, nothing happened. The room was still, too still. Then, suddenly, the air in front of him shimmered, warping like heat rising from pavement. A tiny, swirling vortex began to form above the device, barely the size of a marble. It pulsed with energy, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Leslie felt the pull in the pit of his stomach, the slight sensation of weightlessness, as the gravitational field began to expand outward. A low hum filled the air as objects on the podium, papers, pens, even his coffee cup, began to float. The audience gasped. A woman in the front row dropped her notebook, staring at the phenomenon. "Is that," someone whispered, "a black hole?" Leslie nodded, but it wasn't just a black hole, it was his black hole. It was a controlled, stabilized black hole, contained within a small device. He had done it. The crowd was already murmuring in disbelief. Some of them were too awestruck to speak, others were pulling out their phones, recording the moment. Then, the device sputtered, the vortex collapsed. For a moment, the room went quiet. Leslie stood there, frozen in place. It wasn't supposed to shut off like that. It should have maintained its form, at least for a little longer. He glanced down at the generator, but before he could make sense of what had gone wrong, a peculiar sensation washed over him. It was subtle at first, a tingling feeling in the back of his neck, as though someone were watching him. But as the seconds passed, it deepened. Leslie's skin began to feel strange. Almost lighter. He didn't feel like himself. It was like the pull of the black hole hadn't fully released. Leslie tried to ignore it, but the sensation grew stronger. He could feel his body, his very cells, starting to react. Not in the way that he had expected, not the usual kind of fatigue or dizziness from a long day's work. This was something more. Something outside his control. A few seconds passed before he felt the strange pressure in his chest. It was as though something inside him had awakened, something dark and powerful. Leslie gasped and staggered back. The sensation was growing, twisting, pressing against his rib cage. The black hole hadn't just been contained in the device, it was inside of him, too. "Leslie?" Dr. Delphine Granger's voice broke through his thoughts, sharp and clear. Leslie turned to look at her, his mentor, the one person who had always been the voice of reason. She was standing near the back of the room, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Are you all right?" He opened his mouth to speak, but only a strangled noise came out. The pull inside him had intensified, and he could feel it now, a heavy weight pushing on his chest, his body trembling under the strain. It wasn't a simple gravitational field anymore. It was something else. Delphine stepped forward. "Leslie, what's happening?" "You're not." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The generator's core exploded, the force sent Leslie flying backward, his vision blurring as he slammed into the back of the stage. For a moment, everything was a blur of flashing lights, distorted sounds, and an overwhelming pull. His body felt as though it were being stretched in every direction, torn apart by an invisible force. The room was in chaos. People were screaming, ducking, running for cover. But Leslie couldn't hear them. He couldn't hear anything except the roar in his ears, the gnawing, insistent pull that was pulling him, pulling everything, toward something vast and unimaginable. Time seemed to slow down. He felt his chest tighten, his heart pounding as though it were struggling to break free from his body. He had never experienced anything like this before. This isn't just physics, Leslie thought, his mind reeling. This is something far worse. And then, as quickly as it had started, the pull ceased. Leslie was left lying on the floor, breathless, disoriented. His vision began to clear, and he saw people running toward him, some of them helping him up, others still staring at the spot where the black hole generator had been. But there was a strange, quiet tension in the air. Delphine knelt beside him, her face pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Leslie, what did you do?" Leslie's hand reached up to touch his chest. He could feel it now, that growing pressure, like a weight slowly turning his insides to lead. He didn't answer her, not because he didn't want to, but because he knew he couldn't. Leslie's hand trembled as he slowly pushed himself up from the floor, his body heavy, like it no longer belonged to him. Delphine had been saying something, but the words didn't seem to reach him. She was still kneeling beside him, her hands hovering in the air, as though unsure whether to touch him. She was waiting for him to say something, but he couldn't find the words. He could barely breathe, the pressure inside his chest squeezing tighter with every second. "Leslie, look at me," Delphine said, her voice tight, insistent. He blinked, trying to focus, but his eyes felt like they were swimming in a sea of static. When he looked into her eyes, he saw nothing but concern. The kind of concern that comes from someone who knows you well, who's seen you push yourself too far before, and who knows when to pull you back. But this wasn't something she could pull him back from. Not this time that he opened his mouth to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. There was something inside him, something alien, that was pushing its way through the fabric of his body. He could feel it now, like a pulse, an irregular beat deep within him, something that didn't belong. It was a black hole, but not the kind he'd studied for years. This one had no edges, no event horizon. It was inside him. And it was growing. Delphine helped him to his feet, her grip firm but gentle. "Come on, Leslie. We need to get you to a hospital. We'll figure this out, I promise." But her voice was shaking now. She wasn't just worried about his physical state anymore, there was something else in her eyes. Something unspoken. Leslie tried to nod, to agree with her. But his body felt so strange, so unsteady, like he wasn't quite sure where the world ended and he began. He couldn't control it. He couldn't even control his own hands, which were now trembling as if they had minds of their own. The room was spinning. He was distorting it, warping the space around him without meaning to. He could see objects drifting, slowly, as though the very air had become too thick to carry them properly. His head swam with equations, with ideas, with theories he couldn't even comprehend anymore. This wasn't just a scientific anomaly. This was something else entirely. Something he couldn't reverse. Not now. Not ever. The crowd was still there, some in shock, others backing away slowly, as though they feared that the very air around Leslie might collapse into a singularity. Leslie understood why. He felt it too, the gravitational pull, subtle at first, but now so strong it was suffocating. He could hear the faint crackling of air bending, like the sound of something vast and invisible moving in the distance. "Leslie, focus," Delphine said, her voice low and steady. But it wasn't just her voice that reached him. It was something in her eyes, something in the way she looked at him now, like she was seeing him as more than just a scientist. She saw him as a person, a friend, and, maybe more than that, someone she cared about. But Leslie wasn't sure he could care about anything anymore. He could feel the black hole inside him, pulling at his organs, at his bones, at his very cells. It was getting worse, faster than he'd thought possible. He felt lightheaded. Light, as though he were floating out of his body. "We need to go. Now," Delphine repeated, her voice rising in urgency. Leslie didn't argue. He couldn't. He allowed her to guide him, to pull him away from the stage, through the chaos of the crowd, to the back exit. He stumbled, barely able to keep his footing, his hand clutching Delphine's arm for support. The further they moved away from the epicenter of the disaster, the more Leslie felt the gravitational force inside him recede. But even as they reached the outside air, even as he breathed in the cool night, the sensation didn't fade. It only shifted, as though the weight of the black hole had become an invisible force, pressing in from all sides. "Get him to the hospital," someone shouted from behind them, but Leslie couldn't turn around. He didn't want to hear their fear, their shock. He knew it, felt it in the air around him. They were all afraid of him now. They were afraid of what he had become. Delphine led him to a car, her hand steady as she helped him inside. It was a silent ride to the nearest hospital, the kind of silence that filled the car like a living thing. Leslie sat there, staring out the window, his mind spinning with possibilities. He knew, deep down, that he was not just a victim of his own creation. He had known that the moment the vortex had started to form in that conference room. The black hole inside him wasn't just some physical anomaly, it was an existential reflection of who he had always been. Always reaching, always striving to control what couldn't be controlled. As the car sped through the city, Leslie felt a strange pull inside himself, like a flicker, a tug that made his heart race faster. He could feel it now, more than ever, the black hole, growing inside him, devouring everything it touched. His thoughts, his body, his very sense of self. By the time they reached the hospital, Leslie could barely make it out of the car. Delphine was there again, pulling him up, helping him stagger through the hospital's revolving doors. She had called ahead, but even she didn't know what to expect. Leslie didn't know either. All he knew was that his body was becoming something unrecognizable. His skin was starting to feel like paper, thin, fragile, as though it might tear under the weight of the force inside him. They reached the ER, and Delphine hurriedly spoke with the staff. They tried to make him sit on the examination table, but Leslie couldn't keep still. The black hole inside him was pulling at him, pulling him toward some undefined center. It was like being drawn toward an abyss that had no bottom. His body was already beginning to warp. He could feel his organs shifting inside him, his cells stretching and compressing, as if gravity was pushing and pulling them in ways that couldn't be explained. "Leslie, please," Delphine pleaded. "We need to get you stabilized." But Leslie wasn't listening anymore. His mind was consumed with the gravity of his own situation. There was no escaping this. He could feel the black hole growing, expanding. He could feel the event horizon reaching outward. He knew now that there was no going back. He had crossed some invisible threshold, and the more he fought it, the worse it would become. Delphine turned to the doctors, but Leslie's vision had already begun to blur again. The edges of his world were bending, twisting, as if space and time themselves were stretching around him. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice barely audible. He didn't know if Delphine heard him. Maybe it didn't matter. All he knew was that the black hole had claimed him. It had claimed his body, his life, his very essence. And then, without warning, he felt it. The final pull. A sharp, violent tug that pulled him in deeper, and he let go. The world around him dissolved, and for a brief moment, all was still. There was nothing but darkness, and then, nothing at all. The moment Leslie felt the pull, he gave in. There was no more resistance, no more frantic fighting against the gravity that was consuming him. There was only the sinking sensation, a deep tug at his core, like he was falling into something vast and unknowable. As the world around him bent and twisted, reality itself seemed to stretch and unravel, as if it were being sucked into the event horizon of the black hole inside him. It was no longer just a force he had created, it was a part of him now, a part that was pulling him towards something he couldn't understand, and that, in a way, didn't care to explain. The sharpness of it all faded as the world grew darker. He didn't know where he was anymore. It wasn't the hospital room. It wasn't even Manhattan. The sounds, the lights, the tangible, solid world he had always known had all dissolved into nothing. There was only emptiness now, stretching in every direction. His body, or what was left of it, felt weightless, but also immense. There was a strange, suffocating quality to the void around him, a feeling of being both everywhere and nowhere at once. He could no longer tell if he was moving, if time was even still a thing. He couldn't even tell if he was breathing. The black hole had taken over completely. It wasn't inside him anymore, it was him. Leslie tried to form a thought, but even the act of thinking seemed pointless, like his mind was being swept up in the gravitational pull of this unknowable force. All that remained were flashes, images, sensations, memories, flitting across his consciousness like shadows. He saw Delphine again, her face a mask of concern, her voice calling his name. But it was distant now, like a dream fading into the ether. His thoughts moved faster now, scattered, disjointed. The black hole inside him wasn't just a force of nature, it was a metaphor, a reflection of his own mind. The more he tried to understand it, the more it consumed him. It was everything he had ever feared, the slow, inevitable unraveling of all things. The realization that no matter how hard he tried, he could never truly control it. It had always been out of his hands, even when he believed he could grasp it. He thought of his earlier lectures, his experiments, the days he spent in the lab, trying to crack the code of the universe. And then, there was that moment, the one where everything fell apart, where he lost control, where the black hole spiraled out of his grasp and became something far worse than he had ever imagined. It was as if the universe had been watching, waiting for him to make that one fatal mistake. And then, it had swallowed him whole. The feeling of spiraling deepened. He tried to resist, but the pull grew stronger, a suffocating, ever-tightening grip that seemed to come from everywhere at once. There were no longer any edges, no boundaries. There was only the vortex, the singularity that was consuming all of him, the matter of his body, the consciousness of his mind, the soul that had once believed it could escape the gravity of its own limitations. Time began to warp, not in the abstract way he had studied in his equations, but in a visceral, all-encompassing way. He felt it, the slow, agonizing stretch of every second, every millisecond, drawn out into an infinity that had no beginning or end. It was the sensation of being in two places at once, of being everywhere and nowhere, of being both a part of the world and outside of it. It was the true meaning of entropy, the collapsing of time and space into an irreducible singularity. And then, just when Leslie thought he could no longer bear the weight of it, a sudden calmness washed over him. It wasn't relief, it was something else. Something that, in that moment, seemed far more terrifying than the chaos that had come before. There was no longer any sense of self. No sense of individual will. His body was no longer a body. It was just matter, being pulled, folded, stretched, and compressed into something that wasn't quite human anymore. The black hole had absorbed him, not just physically, but existentially. He was no longer Leslie the physicist, Leslie the curious mind who sought to control the universe's most elusive forces. He had become the very thing he had tried to control, the black hole itself. In that moment, Leslie understood the paradox. The more he had tried to control the universe, the more it had controlled him. The more he had reached for the stars, the more he had fallen into darkness. There was no escape, no redemption. There was only the pull, the infinite hunger, the endless spiral into the unknown. And then, nothing. No more flashes of memory. No more images. No more thoughts, just emptiness. Leslie woke, or, at least, he thought he did, somehow aware, somehow conscious, but still not fully himself. It wasn't like before, where everything had felt so real, so immediate. This was different. This was more abstract. More fluid. He felt it before he saw it, the absence. The absence of time. Of space. Of everything. He reached out, but his hands, his body, they weren't there in the way they had been before. He couldn't touch anything, couldn't feel anything, couldn't even be sure he existed in any way that made sense. But then, slowly, the feeling of a presence emerged, shifting in the emptiness. Something familiar, something he knew. It was a voice, but not a voice in the traditional sense. It was a thought, a resonance, a feeling that reverberated in the space around him. You wanted to control it, the voice seemed to say. Now you are part of it. The words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. There was no face to the voice, no body, no source. It was just there. And Leslie understood, in a way that transcended thought, that it had always been there. The universe, the black hole, had always been part of him, just as he had always been part of it. He was not separate from the cosmos, not apart from the vast and infinite forces that governed it. He had simply been too small, too mortal, to see it until now, and now, here he was, suspended in the infinite, the singularity he had created, no longer a person but a point in spacetime, lost to the very force he had once sought to understand. The universe wasn't something to be controlled. It was something that consumed, that broke apart everything in its path, until all that was left was an endless, eternal void. Leslie felt a strange kind of peace then. It wasn't a resolution, but a resignation. There was no escaping this. There never had been. He had reached for the stars, and in the end, the stars had reached back, dragging him into the darkness, but in that darkness, he was no longer afraid. There was only the pull, the infinite force, the quiet hum of a cosmos that moved both too fast and too slow. The black hole wasn't just a thing. It was the universe's greatest secret, its greatest truth. And Leslie had finally become a part of it. George never believed that physics could be funny. He had been working on the same experiment for years, and while the rest of his colleagues had moved on to more pressing problems in the world of science, George's singular obsession remained the black hole. His black hole. No one else had the guts, or the imagination, to work on something so controversial, so absurd. Everyone else was racing to cure diseases or save the planet from climate change. George? He was trying to capture the universe's most enigmatic force, the thing that could bend time and space, and squeeze it into a miniature model. He was the joke of the physics department, and he knew it. And it wasn't just because of his obsession with black holes. No, it was the fact that George had somehow managed to screw up every single experiment in the last decade. So, when he finally gathered the courage to present his big breakthrough, a tiny, theoretical black hole he'd been toying with in his lab for months, his colleagues didn't expect much. The lab was a mess, as always. Papers and empty coffee cups littered the countertops, and tools of various sizes and purposes were scattered on the floor. At least George's idea of order was consistent. He stood in front of his makeshift contraption, a strange, swirling device constructed from wires, metal, and something that vaguely resembled a vacuum cleaner. His audience consisted of two people, Sarah, the lab manager, who only showed up when she needed something from him, and Rob, the new grad student who had no idea what he was walking into. "You're sure about this, George?" Sarah asked, adjusting her glasses and eyeing the contraption suspiciously. "You know what happened the last time you tested one of these things?" George flashed her a grin. "Oh, come on, Sarah. This is going to be different." Rob looked at the machine and then back at George. "How can we be sure? It's not exactly standard protocol, right?" George rolled his eyes. "This isn't standard physics. It's fun physics." With that, he flipped a switch. The room hummed with energy as the machine whirred to life. There was a brief, unsettling pause, followed by a bizarre, high-pitched whine. The swirling black mass in the center of the contraption expanded, pulling everything nearby into its center, papers fluttering in the air, the metal frame of the device twisting like a piece of aluminum foil in a trash compactor. George grinned, eyes wide. "See? Perfect. Mini black hole." "Watch." Before he could finish his sentence, a high-pitched pop sounded from the center of the device. Everything went wrong at once. The world around George seemed to collapse into itself. The walls of the lab twisted and bent like they were made of rubber, and a powerful gravitational force pressed down on his chest. For a split second, time itself seemed to freeze. Then, there was nothing. When George opened his eyes, he was no longer in the lab. He was lying on a beach. He sat up, his head spinning. His clothes were still the same, his oversized hoodie, a pair of jeans, and the sky above was a familiar shade of blue, but something felt off. The waves lapped at the shore in a rhythm that was too slow. The sand felt too soft, like it was melting beneath his fingers. He looked around, confused. A few feet away, he saw a strange structure rising from the sand. It looked like an ancient temple, or at least, a bad replica of one. What the hell? His heart began to race. He stumbled to his feet, trying to make sense of what was happening. His mind was spinning. He had just been in the lab, hadn't he? Testing his black hole. So, how the hell was he on some beach in what looked like another dimension? Suddenly, a loud voice behind him shouted, "Hey! You're in the wrong spot." George turned around quickly. Standing there was a man dressed in what looked like futuristic armor. The man held up a strange, glowing device in his hand and pointed it at George. "What the hell are you doing here?" the man demanded. His voice had an eerie calmness to it, like he was used to dealing with people who didn't belong in his dimension. George started, still disoriented. "I'm not exactly sure. I was just in my lab, and then I think I fell through something." The man raised an eyebrow. "You fell through something? You must be joking. You're on Zorath 7, not Earth. Earth is, well, it's not even a thing anymore." George felt his stomach lurch. "Wait, what do you mean? What is this place?" The man sighed, looking at George as if he were explaining something to a child. "You've opened a rift. The black hole you were working on? It's a key to travel between dimensions. You've gone and made a mess of it." George's mouth went dry. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to, yeah, well, you've been messing with things you don't understand. And now you've pulled this dimension into a spiral. That's what happens when people like you start messing with dimensional travel without understanding the consequences. George took a step back. "How do I fix this?" The man paused, eyeing him with a strange intensity. "You can't. Not by yourself, anyway. The damage is already done." As if to underline his words, George felt a sudden, strange tug in his chest. He glanced around at the sand beneath his feet, watching as it began to disappear, sucked into an invisible vortex. A small piece of a distant mountain crumbled into the air and vanished, as if eaten by some unseen force. "Whoa," George whispered, barely able to comprehend what he was seeing. "I didn't do that, did I?" The man nodded gravely. "Every time you travel like that, you consume the very fabric of the universe you're in. And you leave a trail of destruction behind you." George's heart sank. "So, every time I jump, I destroy everything?" The man looked him dead in the eye. "Not just everything. Everyone." George's heart raced as the sand beneath him continued to dissolve. The beach, the waves, the distant mountain, everything was vanishing as if someone had pulled the plug on a cosmic bathtub. He instinctively reached out, trying to grab onto the ground, but his hands slipped through the thinning surface, and the grainy sand dissolved like water between his fingers. He felt a pull in his chest, a sensation like being yanked through a tunnel by an invisible hand, and suddenly he was falling, weightless, through a blur of light and darkness that he landed in a heap on a cold metal floor. Groaning, he pushed himself up, his head spinning from the disorienting feeling of traveling through space-time. For a moment, he thought he might have fallen into a dream. Maybe he was still in the lab, hallucinating after the machine malfunctioned. But then he looked around and saw the truth. This was real. He was standing inside a vast metallic room, more like a spaceship than anything he'd ever seen. The walls were lined with complex, glowing panels and screens that flickered in languages he didn't understand. The air smelled sterile, almost like plastic and metal. A voice from somewhere behind him broke the silence. "Are you going to just stand there all day, or are you going to explain yourself?" George turned to find a woman in a sleek, silver jumpsuit, holding what looked like a futuristic tablet. Her sharp, blue eyes studied him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. She seemed unfazed by his disoriented state, as though encountering a lost traveler from another dimension was just another Tuesday for her. I don't know how I got here," George mumbled, rubbing his temples. "I was just, right," she interrupted. "We know. You're a dimensional jumper. We've been tracking your little experiment." She looked at him with a frown. "You've been causing quite a mess, you know." George's stomach twisted. "I didn't mean to. I was just trying to what? Make a pocket black hole?" She raised an eyebrow. "Congratulations. You've unlocked something the entire Galactic Council has been trying to contain for centuries." Dimensional rifts. The kind of rifts that destroy everything in their path. She gave him a hard look. And you have no idea what you've really done, do you? No, I don't. But I swear, I didn't want any of this. I was just trying to run an experiment. I thought it would be small. Safe. Safe? She shook her head, almost laughing. Nothing about black holes is safe. Certainly not the kind you're playing with. I didn't know. George's voice caught in his throat. He had no idea what he was doing. He hadn't even fully understood what the black hole could do in the first place, let alone the consequences of tearing open dimensions. I didn't mean to cause all this. I just wanted to fix things. The stuff in my life. The woman seemed to soften, just a little, her expression becoming less stern. Look, I'm not here to lecture you. But you need to understand the consequences. The dimensional fractures you're leaving behind, they're not just disrupting this universe. You're affecting others, other timelines, other realities. People, beings, are disappearing. Entire worlds are being erased. All because of your little experiment. George's chest tightened. I didn't know. How do I fix it? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked past him to the large, circular window on the far side of the room. Through it, George could see stars and galaxies moving, but it was more than just the usual view of space. It was as though the very fabric of space itself was warping, bending unnaturally. He felt a chill run down his spine. This is what happens when you open a rift, she said, her voice almost cold now. Time, space, reality, they're not meant to be bent, twisted, or toyed with. You can't undo the damage, but maybe you can stop it from getting worse. George swallowed hard. He felt a lump in his throat. How? You need to find the heart of the rift, she said, her eyes hardening. The core of the black hole you opened. It's the only way to close it and repair the damage. But it won't be easy. A chill ran through him as he glanced at the distortion in space outside the window. He could almost feel it, the void in the fabric of reality, like something pulling at him from every direction. But something about her words stuck with him. Maybe you can stop it from getting worse. He nodded slowly, though he had no idea what he was getting into. How do I find it? You won't. Not on your own. The woman gestured to a panel on the wall, and a holographic map of what looked like multiple interconnected dimensions blinked into existence. It was a chaotic mess of swirling lines and broken paths. But I know someone who can help. The next few hours felt like a blur. The woman, who introduced herself as RYL, guided George through the facility, though facility didn't seem like the right word for the massive, interdimensional station that stretched for miles beneath their feet. It was more like a spaceship, only far more advanced than anything George had ever seen, with corridors that stretched in impossible ways, twisting in and out of multiple dimensions simultaneously. There were beings here that George could barely comprehend, some humanoid, others not. Some had multiple eyes, others were completely transparent, like ghosts caught in time. They moved like shadows, existing between moments. Where are we? George asked as they walked through one of the corridors, the walls flickering and shifting with strange symbols. Welcome to Nexus Station, RYL replied. It's a hub for dimensional travelers, a neutral zone where the Galactic Council monitors and, when necessary, contains dangerous rifts. It's also the only place where you'll get the help you need. George frowned, his mind struggling to catch up. The Galactic Council? Nexus Station? RYL looked at him, her expression unreadable. You're not from around here, are you? George chuckled nervously. Yeah, that's a bit of an understatement. She didn't smile. Instead, she led him into a room where a large holographic display sat at the center, surrounded by other beings. A tall, alien figure with translucent skin and several long arms stood before the display, manipulating it with swift, graceful movements. When the alien noticed George and RYL, it turned and made a series of clicking noises, almost like a question. "This is Core," RYL said, introducing him. "He's the one who can help you." Core nodded slowly, his many eyes scanning George as if seeing through him. "You caused a lot of damage, human," Core said, his voice like the ringing of 1,000 chimes. "But perhaps, just perhaps, you can fix it. If you're willing to make a sacrifice." "A sacrifice?" George repeated, though he wasn't sure he was ready to hear the answer. Core's long arms moved again, and the display shimmered, showing a swirling image of a black hole, its core glowing with an unnatural light. "The heart of the rift is inside that black hole. You must travel to it, navigate the distortions, and shut it down. But be warned, the black hole is alive. It feeds off your every decision, your every thought." George's stomach churned. I don't know if I can do this." "I didn't even mean to. You don't have a choice," Core interrupted. "The longer you wait, the more you'll destroy. The more universes will collapse." George stood frozen for a moment, the weight of his mistake pressing down on him. He had no choice. He had to go. But even as the words left his mouth, a voice in the back of his head whispered something he couldn't ignore. "What if you fail? What if you make it worse?" RYL stepped forward, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder. "If you want to stop this, you'll need to trust us. And trust yourself. You might not have the power to undo everything, but you can still fix some of it." George's heart was hammering in his chest as he stared at the shimmering, distorted image of the black hole on the holographic screen. His mind was racing, every instinct screaming at him to turn away, to find some way out of this impossible situation. But deep down, he knew there was no escape. Not anymore. RYL and Core were silent as they watched him, waiting for his decision. The tension in the room felt thick, suffocating. Finally, George took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. He could feel the weight of the decision bearing down on him. He had caused this. He had to be the one to fix it. "I'll do it," he said, his voice steady despite the nerves coiling in his stomach. "I'll go." Core gave a subtle nod, his many eyes narrowing as if to scrutinize George's very soul. "You understand what this will require. The black hole you've created is a living thing. It won't let you leave easily. Not unless you confront it fully." "I understand," George said, though the words didn't feel like enough. How could he understand something like this? How could anyone? RYL's hand was still on his shoulder, offering a quiet support that he desperately needed. "We'll guide you as far as we can," she said. "But from here on out, you'll be on your own. The rift is yours to control now." A strange, almost overwhelming sense of finality filled the room. George didn't look back. He didn't even let himself think of the consequences. He had no other choice. Without another word, Core pressed a button on the console in front of him. A portal swirled open, the air rippling like a water surface disturbed by a stone. A jagged line of light appeared in the air, stretching wide enough to step through. "Go," Core's voice echoed from the shadows. George took a step forward, his legs shaking beneath him, and then he crossed the threshold. The moment he passed through, everything around him blurred. The air grew thick, like trying to breathe underwater. Time itself felt like it was stretching and contracting, snapping back on itself in strange and painful ways. He could feel the pull of the rift all around him, tugging at him, as if the very fabric of space was alive and aware of his presence. He stumbled forward, instinctively reaching out, but the ground seemed to shift under his feet, and he was plunged into darkness that it was like falling, but without the sensation of motion. For a long moment, he was lost in the void, unable to tell up from down, until, thud, he landed hard on the ground. He grunted as he pushed himself up, blinking to clear his vision that he was in a vast, empty expanse, a place that felt like the heart of nothingness. A void that stretched on forever, with no horizon, no stars. The air was cold, but not the kind of cold that stung, it was more like the emptiness itself had drained all warmth from the world. He could hear a low hum in the distance, vibrating through the very fabric of the space around him, and for a moment, he thought he might have gone deaf from the silence. He took a step forward, his boots crunching on nothing, and then he froze. He wasn't walking on solid ground. The surface beneath him, if you could call it that, was made of fractured light, like jagged glass, shattering into infinite reflections of himself. Everywhere he looked, his own face stared back at him, distorted in 1,000 ways, stretched and compressed in impossible shapes. The black hole's core, its heart, was in front of him now, hovering in midair. It was a pulsing mass of light and darkness, constantly shifting and folding in on itself. The rift. The reason everything was falling apart. It wasn't just a thing, a force of nature. It was alive. As he walked closer, the air thickened, and a deep, resonant voice seemed to come from all directions, reverberating through the space around him. You cannot undo what has been done. George's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't tell if the voice was in his head or if it came from the black hole itself. It was just there, like a presence, a weight that settled into the very core of his being. You've torn the fabric of reality, the voice continued. And you are no longer a part of it. You belong to me now. George clenched his fists, willing his voice to be heard, even though he felt small, insignificant, like a fly in the presence of something ancient and unstoppable. No. I won't let you win. I have to fix this. The black hole pulsed, and the ground beneath his feet fractured even more, sending shards of light scattering into the void. The edges of the rift expanded outward, threatening to swallow everything in its path. The further he stepped forward, the more he felt it, the suffocating weight of time and space crumbling around him. I am time and space, the voice boomed. I am the force that bends, twists, and consumes. You cannot stop me. You can only delay your own destruction. George closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He was shaking, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of what he had to do. He had to face it. He had to shut it down. But the black hole wasn't going to make it easy. How do I stop it? He remembered what Core had said, the rift was alive. It fed on thought, on choices. It wasn't just a thing he could shut down. It was intertwined with his own actions. Every choice he made, every hesitation, every second spent dwelling on the consequences, was feeding the rift, making it stronger. He had to think. He had to stop overthinking. Suddenly, it hit him. The heart of the black hole wasn't just a thing to be shut off. It was a part of him now. The black hole was feeding on his mistakes, his desires to fix things. But the one thing it couldn't feed on was acceptance. He stepped forward, not fighting, not struggling, but accepting. The rift didn't care about his hesitation anymore. The more he accepted the truth, that he couldn't change everything, that he couldn't undo what he'd done, the less the rift seemed to grow, the black hole seemed to waver, its pulse weakening. The hum of its voice turned quieter, more distant. You cannot stop what has already begun. But George wasn't listening anymore. He focused all his attention on the core, the heart of the rift. It was no longer just a thing to be feared. It was a part of him, and he had to let go of the idea that he could control everything. With that realization, George closed his eyes and whispered one word: enough. The rift seemed to pause, as if in disbelief. The light in the black hole flickered, then dimmed. A crack appeared in the center, and for the first time, George felt the pull begin to slow. The distortion in the air calmed, and the jagged shards of light shattered into nothingness. The black hole collapsed on itself, slowly at first, like a dying star sinking into its own gravity. The air around him began to stabilize, the oppressive weight of the void lifting. And as the rift closed, George felt something inside of him shift, like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The strange, suffocating pull that had gripped him throughout this journey began to fade, until, at last, the black hole was gone. For a long moment, there was silence, then George opened his eyes that he was back in the lab. Everything looked the same. The machines, the papers scattered across the floor, the familiar hum of the lights. The world was exactly as it had been before he stepped into the rift. But there was something different now. He could feel it, a subtle change in the air, in the way the world moved around him. It was almost like he had never left, and yet, he knew he had fixed it. He had stopped the rift, and in doing so, he had saved the fabric of reality from unraveling. But there was more to the story. More to the choices he would make. It wasn't over. Not really, but it was a beginning, and for the first time in a long time, George felt like he was ready to face it. Dr. Albert Hayes had never been known for his subtlety. In fact, subtlety was almost a foreign language to him, one he never bothered to learn. At 43, he was far more interested in defying the laws of nature than adhering to them, far more comfortable in the confines of his laboratory than in the social rituals of polite conversation. As a theoretical physicist at the prestigious Graviton Institute, Albert's eccentricities were accepted as part of the genius that often accompanied breakthrough ideas, ideas that people either revered or mocked. His latest obsession? Harnessing the power of black holes, specifically the miniaturized versions that, until recently, had been more theoretical than practical. He had been working on a device that could contain and stabilize a tiny black hole, one so small it could only fit inside a laboratory's magnetic field. The plan was simple: if he could use this particle-sized black hole to generate energy, the possibilities were endless. Clean, sustainable energy. Infinite power. The world would never be the same. His colleagues, however, weren't nearly as optimistic. They called him crazy. Albert, his best friend and fellow scientist, Dr. Sophie Lane, said often, "You're going to kill us all one of these days." It wasn't that Sophie lacked faith in Albert's intelligence, she was simply pragmatic, and she knew that Albert's ambition often overshadowed his common sense. But that afternoon, as she stood outside the observation window of his lab, she couldn't deny the excitement in her chest as she watched Albert prepare for his next experiment. The mini black hole was already humming on the tabletop, inside a metallic containment sphere. The air in the lab was thick with anticipation. Albert adjusted his glasses, flipped a switch, and gave a satisfied hum of approval as the device roared to life. The mini black hole was stable, contained, no larger than a marble but with the gravitational force of a star. It floated above the table, suspended within a magnetic field, as if daring anyone to question its existence. "Okay, Sophie," Albert grinned, pulling a coffee cup from the desk. "Time to see if it works." Sophie couldn't help but smirk. "If this kills us, I'm blaming you." "But you already know that, don't you?" Albert laughed. "This isn't going to kill anyone. Just watch." He placed the cup near the event horizon of the black hole. The object hovered, then tilted and wobbled before, inexplicably, vanishing. Sophie blinked, certain she had seen it disappear into nothingness. She looked to Albert, who seemed entirely unfazed. "Don't worry," he said, adjusting the dials. "It's just bending space-time. I'll bring it back." Sophie didn't have time to respond before the lab was plunged into chaos. The containment field malfunctioned, the magnetic rings sparking in erratic flashes, and the room began to hum, a sound that felt as if the very air was bending around them. The black hole, still no larger than a marble, surged outward, a sudden, violent pull ripping through the lab. Objects, papers, tools, and even small bits of furniture began flying toward the singularity as if caught in an invisible vacuum. Before Sophie could react, Albert, standing too close to the containment field, was knocked off his feet. A burst of energy shot from the device, and the next thing Sophie knew, Albert was on the floor, motionless. Albert awoke in a haze of confusion. His head was pounding, his body felt unnaturally heavy, and he could hear a low, persistent hum, like the sound of a distant engine. He groaned, trying to push himself up. The room was a disaster, papers and equipment were strewn everywhere, the containment field sparking with unstable energy. He dragged himself to his feet, dizzy but determined. His vision wobbled, and for a moment, he thought the world itself was tilting sideways. He reached for the table to steady himself, but his hand passed through the edge like it was made of smoke. Albert blinked, staring at his fingers, his breath catching in his throat. What the hell? With growing unease, Albert took a step forward, but the air around him seemed to bend. It was as if the very fabric of space was stretching and warping with each movement. Objects around him, still floating from the black hole's pull, twisted in strange, disjointed patterns. A chair hung suspended in mid-air, spinning slowly, while a broken mug seemed to reform before his eyes. Albert's heart raced. He could feel something inside him, something pulsing. At first, it was faint, but then it grew stronger, an almost magnetic pull in the pit of his stomach, like gravity itself had focused within him. He stumbled toward the floating mug. Reaching out, he grasped it, then immediately felt a sharp tug as though the universe itself was bending around his hand. The mug was yanked from his grip, drawn toward him like a planet toward a sun. Albert staggered back, eyes wide. He saw the mug reform, its shattered pieces floating together before clicking back into place. It was as though reality itself had briefly unraveled, only to stitch itself back together in a moment of strange rebirth. It was the black hole. Somehow, it wasn't just in the machine anymore. It was inside him. The feeling intensified, and Albert suddenly felt as though his entire body was being stretched along an axis, like a piece of gum pulled from both ends. His stomach lurched as a powerful force, a gravitational one, threatened to pull him apart. The humming inside him became a roar, a constant, gnawing presence deep in his chest, as if he were a star about to collapse in on himself. He staggered toward the window, hands on the sill, looking out at the vast sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. There was no time to waste. This was no longer an experiment. This was real. He had become the thing he'd been playing with, the singularity, the black hole. Only, it was inside him. Sophie, meanwhile, had been busy calling for help. When she found Albert in the lab, she was horrified to see him standing there, wild-eyed, gripping the table like it was the only thing anchoring him to the world. "Albert," she cried. "What happened? Are you okay?" Albert turned to her, his eyes filled with both panic and awe. "Sophie," he gasped, his voice strained, "something's wrong. I think I'm the black hole now." Sophie froze, her face paling. She had always known Albert was a little obsessed with bending the laws of physics, but this was something else entirely. "Let's get you out of here," Sophie said, stepping forward, but Albert's hand shot up to stop her. No, you don't understand," he muttered, his breath shallow, the words barely comprehensible. "It's inside me. I can feel it, this force, this pull." He looked down at his hands, which were trembling as though they were at the edge of something monumental. "I can feel the gravity inside me, Sophie. It's like I'm part of the fabric of space itself." Sophie's mind raced. She could see it now, the faint, shimmering aura around Albert, as if the very air was warping around him. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. If the black hole had really merged with his body, she didn't even want to think about the consequences. "Okay," Sophie said quickly, trying to keep her calm. "We need to get you to the medical lab. We need to stabilize this, now." Albert shook his head, his expression manic. "It's too late. It's already too strong. I can feel it pulling, everything." His voice trailed off as if he were hearing something beyond her, beyond the room. The humming had turned into something else now, a rumbling, deep and primal, coming from within his very chest. Sophie could hear it, too, and it terrified her more than any experiment gone wrong ever had. She didn't know what to do. How do you stop a black hole from pulling you in? How do you fix something like that? Albert's mind was racing. The black hole inside him wasn't just warping space, it was warping his very perception of time. Memories that had once been clear now seemed distant, blurry. It was as though his life was suddenly on fast forward, as if time itself was collapsing in on him, stretching into the infinite void of the singularity that had taken root inside him. He turned to Sophie. I think I can do it. I think I can bring things back. I can rebuild things. Sophie narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? He didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he extended his hand toward the nearby broken equipment, wires, bolts, a circuit board, and to her amazement, they seemed to shift and float in midair, rearranging themselves, as if guided by an unseen hand. Look, Albert whispered, I can remake things. I can resurrect them. But the moment the words left his lips, the lab's walls groaned. Space itself seemed to warp, and Albert's stomach churned. The black hole inside him was hungry. Always hungry. Albert's outstretched hand trembled as the broken pieces of equipment floated lazily in the air before him, spinning slowly, as if caught in the gravitational field of a distant planet. His heart raced, his breath shallow. He could feel the black hole stirring inside him again, a growing presence that seemed to consume every part of his body, his mind. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. He could sense the pull of the event horizon, its insatiable hunger. But at the same time, there was something else, a rush of power, of control. The wires floated together, and the circuit board snapped into place as though guided by an invisible force. A faint hum filled the room, the strange energy of creation and destruction mixing together. Albert's eyes widened in wonder, as though he were a child seeing magic for the first time. Sophie, he said, his voice thin but intense. I can bring things back. I can rebuild them. Don't you see? I can fix this. I can fix everything. Sophie looked at the floating objects, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. She had known Albert for years, had seen him push the boundaries of science in ways that most people could never understand. But this? This wasn't science anymore. This was something beyond anything she could grasp. Albert, she said slowly, her voice filled with caution, this isn't just about fixing things, is it? You're changing the very nature of reality here. The black hole inside you, do you even understand what it's doing to you? Albert didn't respond immediately. He was lost in the sensation, in the thrill of his newfound abilities. His fingers twitched, and the floating objects began to rearrange themselves more quickly, assembling into a crude, incomplete form of a machine. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he was no longer in the lab. At least, not entirely. Time had begun to fragment around him. He could see the room, but also something else, a faint, shifting image of the past, when the lab had been untouched, pristine, before the black hole accident. For a moment, Albert was unsure if he was still in the present, or if he had somehow slipped into another dimension entirely. The room wavered, distorted, and for a heartbeat, everything felt both infinitely far away and impossibly close. He reached out, feeling the fabric of time itself stretch between his fingers. It was the black hole's doing, he realized. It wasn't just manipulating space, it was bending time. It wasn't just in him. It was him. His heart hammered in his chest as the realization hit him. Sophie was right. He wasn't just tinkering with physics anymore. He was playing with the very foundation of reality. Albert? Sophie's voice cut through the haze. What's happening to you? He looked at her, his eyes wide, full of something between panic and exhilaration. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, the world around them seemed to twist violently, as if the fabric of space itself had been torn. A loud cracking noise filled the room, and then, with a sudden jolt, everything snapped back into place. Albert stumbled, his head spinning. For a moment, he could see everything at once, past, present, future, each layer of reality floating like translucent sheets of paper stacked on top of one another. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but the more he thought, the more the pieces of reality seemed to slip away. No. No, no. Albert muttered, his voice shaking. I'm losing it. It's too much. It's all falling apart. Sophie reached out, her hand steady as she touched his arm. Albert, you have to focus. The black hole inside you, if you lose control, everything will collapse. You can't keep pushing it. I don't know how, Albert said, his voice breaking. I don't know how to stop it. His breathing became rapid, shallow. The world around him seemed to pulsate with a strange energy, the air thick with the weight of the singularity inside him. He could feel it growing, pulling, distorting reality further. The floor beneath his feet felt like it was shifting, and he staggered, trying to keep his balance. His skin felt hot, like a furnace, and his thoughts were becoming harder to hold on to. He reached for the nearest object, a metal wrench, and when he grasped it, it began to pull from his hand, as if the wrench itself were being drawn into the singularity. Albert. Sophie cried, her voice cutting through the madness. Stop. But Albert wasn't listening. He couldn't. He was too far gone, lost in the chaos of his own creation. He felt the gravitational pull growing stronger, a constant force tugging at his body, at his mind. His thoughts were scattering, becoming fragmented, twisted. The black hole inside him wasn't just a part of him, it was controlling him. Desperately, Albert slammed his hands against his head, trying to hold on to whatever fragment of himself remained. But the black hole's pull was insistent, overwhelming. His vision blurred again, the edges of reality warping and twisting as the singularity inside him seemed to consume everything, his memories, his sense of self, his very existence. Stop. Please. Sophie's voice again, sharp with panic. Albert, focus. You can't let it take you. You have to find a way to control it. But Albert couldn't hear her anymore. All he could hear was the deafening hum, the roar of the black hole, a sound like 1,000 voices crying out in unison. He could feel the pull intensifying, drawing everything around him in. The walls were beginning to bend, the air distorting like heat waves over a fire. And then, with a sickening lurch in his stomach, the lab itself seemed to fold in on itself, as though it were being drawn into the singularity center. Albert felt a sharp pain in his chest. His breath hitched. The gravitational force inside him was unbearable. It was as if his very atoms were being pulled apart, stretched, torn. But then, in that moment of intense pressure, something inside him snapped. It was the only word in his mind. A desperate plea. He didn't know if he could do it, but he had to. He couldn't let the black hole consume him. Not now. Not after everything. Albert closed his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath. He focused all his energy, all his will, on the singularity inside him. He imagined a force, a counterforce, something to push back against the pull, something that could contain it. Slowly, carefully, he began to channel all the energy, all the power, into one singular thought. For a moment, it felt like the entire universe had stopped moving. The room stilled, the hum faded, and Albert felt a strange calm wash over him. The black hole within him, still there, still powerful, seemed to stabilize. It didn't go away. But it paused, just long enough for Albert to gather himself. He opened his eyes. The world was no longer warping, no longer tearing apart. The air felt still, heavy, but manageable. He could still feel the black hole, its presence lingering inside him, but it wasn't pulling him apart anymore. It was, just there. Sophie, who had been watching him with wide, fearful eyes, exhaled in relief. Albert, you did it. You stopped it. Albert didn't respond right away. He was still too shaken, still too overwhelmed by the experience. The gravitational pull was there, yes, but it wasn't tearing him apart. Not yet. His body, his mind, was still intact. But for how long? And what would happen next? He couldn't answer her. He didn't know. The lab was in ruins, the walls cracked, and the air was thick with the energy of the event. But Albert had, for the moment, regained control. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't fixed. But it was a start, and it was all he had. "I don't know if I can do this again," Albert whispered, his voice hoarse, "but I have to. I have to find a way to stop it. To fix it." Sophie stepped closer, her expression a mix of concern and cautious optimism. "And you will, Albert. You always do." But Albert wasn't so sure anymore. As he stood there, staring at the wreckage of his life, he knew one thing for certain: whatever he had unleashed inside himself, whatever power he had tapped into, was more dangerous than he could ever have imagined, and it wasn't done yet. Albert stood there, his body still humming with the remnants of the black hole's energy, the weight of the experience sinking in. His mind raced, but his thoughts were heavy, tangled in the chaos of what he had just lived through. He had only barely contained the singularity within himself. He didn't know how he had done it, or if he could do it again, but he understood one thing with chilling clarity: the black hole inside him was far more than just a scientific curiosity now. It was a force. A force that had become a part of him, woven into the very fabric of his being. And he wasn't sure how much longer he could control it. Sophie's gaze was fixed on him, her eyes wide with something between disbelief and awe. She wasn't asking questions anymore. She wasn't even sure she could. "Albert," she said after a long silence, her voice quieter now, as if she were trying not to disturb the delicate balance between them. "What happens next?" He turned to face her. His mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. His throat felt dry, his chest tight. He had no answer. How could he explain it to her? He wasn't sure he even understood it himself. "I don't know," he finally said, his voice low and strained. "I don't know if I can keep it under control. Every time I try to manage it, it gets worse." Sophie nodded, stepping closer, her expression softening. "But you're still here. You're still, you." Albert's gaze fell to his hands. He could feel the black hole, a gravitational pull that seemed to emanate from his very skin. He wondered if Sophie could see it, too, if the air around him was still bending, shifting, distorting. Maybe she couldn't see it, but he could feel it. The black hole inside him was a living thing, breathing and pulsing, an entity that existed outside the normal rules of nature. It wasn't just a force of destruction. It was a part of him, and for better or worse, it would always be. "You don't understand," Albert murmured, almost to himself. "I'm not just carrying it. I'm becoming it." Sophie stepped back, her eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" He shook his head, not ready to say the words aloud. He wasn't sure he even wanted to. If he said it, it would make it real. But deep inside him, he could feel the truth: the black hole wasn't just inside him. It was rewriting his very nature, changing him in ways he couldn't predict, couldn't even comprehend. "I think I can do more than just control it, Sophie," Albert continued, his voice steadying. "I think I can reshape reality. I can bend time and space. I can bring things back." Sophie blinked. "Bring things back?" "Objects. People. I can resurrect them." Albert's voice shook at the last word, and he looked away from her, unable to meet her gaze. "But every time I do, it takes more. It takes more than I can give." For a moment, Sophie didn't speak. Her face was unreadable, her eyes searching his face as though looking for something. She had always known Albert had a certain obsession with the boundaries of physics, but this was something else entirely. She had never seen him so vulnerable, so broken. And yet, she could still see the scientist in him, the relentless curiosity that had driven him to the edge of his limits. "You think you can control it?" Sophie asked softly. "Even if it means tearing apart reality?" Albert didn't answer right away. He was lost in his thoughts, staring at the twisted remains of the lab, at the distorted space around them. He could feel the pull of the black hole growing stronger, but it wasn't the physical gravity that worried him anymore. It was the other force, the one deep within his mind, the one that kept telling him that he could fix everything. He could rewrite the past, change the future. If only he could learn to control it. If only he could master the power coursing through him. I don't know how much longer I can keep it together, he admitted, the words feeling like a confession. Every time I bring something back, it's like the black hole inside me gets hungrier. I can feel it taking pieces of me, my memories, my sanity. It's swallowing me whole. Sophie reached out, her hand gently touching his arm, grounding him. You don't have to do this, Albert. You don't have to keep pushing yourself. You can stop before it's too late. But Albert didn't want to stop. Not yet. Not when he was so close to unlocking the secrets of life and death, to bending the universe to his will. He had always been obsessed with the idea of controlling nature's most powerful forces, but now that he had the power to do it, he felt something else entirely, something primal, something dangerous. I can't stop, Albert said, his voice harsh. Not now. Not after everything I've seen. If I can't control this, if I can't learn to wield it, then everything I've done up until now will have been for nothing. I'll be lost to it. I have to understand it, Sophie. I have to learn how to use it. Sophie could see the determination in his eyes, the same fierce light that had always driven him. She had seen him dive into his research with the same reckless abandon, the same obsession. But this? This was something else. This wasn't just about science anymore. This was about survival. And she didn't know if Albert could survive it, but she couldn't stop him. She knew that much. Albert wasn't the kind of person who could be stopped by a simple word of caution. He had to learn this on his own. Even if it killed him, suddenly, the air around them seemed to grow colder, heavier. Albert looked up, his eyes widening in sudden realization. The black hole inside him had shifted, its gravitational pull intensifying once again. He could feel it, the hunger, the insatiable need to consume. And this time, it wasn't just objects around him that were being pulled in. It was something else. Sophie turned quickly. Albert? What's happening? He didn't respond. He was too focused on the surge of energy inside him, the pull of the singularity growing stronger by the second. He could feel it stretching outward, reaching for everything in its vicinity. The air crackled, the room seemed to distort, and then, it happened. The walls of the lab began to buckle inward. The floor trembled as if the very structure of the building were being torn apart. Albert's vision blurred again, his mind splitting between multiple realities. He saw the past and the future, caught in a tangled web of possibility. In the midst of the chaos, he caught a glimpse of something that made his blood run cold. Sophie, her form dissolving, being pulled toward him like the rest of the room. The black hole was expanding, and this time, it wasn't just pulling in objects. It was pulling in people. No. Albert shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. He reached out for Sophie, his hands grasping at the air as the pull of the singularity intensified. Sophie, get back. You have to get away. But it was too late. The gravitational force was too strong. Sophie was being sucked toward him, her feet lifting off the ground. The room around them was collapsing, the walls closing in like the jaws of a monster. Albert, stop it. Sophie screamed, her voice choked with fear. But even as she spoke, she could see the horror in his eyes. He couldn't stop it. He couldn't control it. Albert felt the singularity inside him rip at his very soul. He could feel it pulling at his body, his mind, every part of him. The hunger was overwhelming, but he couldn't let it take her. Not Sophie. With every ounce of willpower he could summon, Albert reached deep inside himself, pulling against the black hole's pull. He imagined the force within him as a knot, something he could control, something he could unravel before it consumed them both. For a brief moment, there was a flicker, like a spark of light in the darkness. He reached out for Sophie, and she seemed to freeze mid-air, suspended in time. Not yet, he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. Then, with one final, desperate push, Albert did the only thing he could think of: he let go. The room exploded with energy, a violent surge of power that sent everything, flying outward in a chaotic burst of light and sound. Leon West had never been one for the spotlight. The lab where he worked, more of a cluttered garage with some outdated equipment than a proper research facility, was not the place where you'd expect to find the next big breakthrough in astrophysics. But that was exactly what Leon was hoping for. Or at least, hoping for the chance to make his name before he turned 40 and became just another forgotten academic footnote. At 33, he was still trying to prove that he wasn't just the son of some obscure physics professor who died of an existential crisis when he realized that theoretical physics didn't actually pay bills. Leon's colleagues at the Institute for Advanced Astrophysical Studies didn't think much of his work. They called it far-fetched and impractical, and Leon couldn't quite figure out how to argue that the concept of tiny, portable black holes could revolutionize the energy industry. No one was interested in his theories about harnessing gravitational fields and bending spacetime to extract unlimited energy from the universe. No one except Leon, who was so obsessed with his work that he spent hours tweaking equations on napkins in coffee shops, only to have people tell him to get a real job that afternoon. However, Leon had a plan. A bold one. A potentially world-changing one. If he didn't screw it up, the small, cluttered lab smelled of burnt coffee and something more metallic. Various wires and cables snaked across the floor, leading to the central piece of equipment, a glowing particle accelerator he'd cobbled together himself from discarded parts and government surplus. He'd taken the risk to apply for a modest grant from a private research firm, one that believed in his vision of harnessing micro-black holes to solve the world's energy crisis. The funding had come through after a number of creative proposals and a lot of heavy persuasion. The plan was simple: create a particle collider that would generate a micro-black hole. If he could create a stable, tiny black hole, he could use it to manipulate gravity and maybe, just maybe, start the process of solving Earth's looming ecological disasters. Not that the lab looked like anyone would believe in him. The walls were covered with scribbled equations, some of which made sense, others that were just random doodles of spiraling galaxies. Leon adjusted the knobs on the particle accelerator, wiping a smudge of coffee from his glasses. He took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and muttered to himself as if trying to reassure his own nerves. "All right, let's make history, or, a really great disaster." He hit the switch. The accelerator hummed to life, sending waves of energy through the cables and into the small chamber where the experiment was taking place. The lights above flickered, and for a moment, the sound of the hum filled the space like the heartbeat of a giant machine. Leon stepped back from the panel, eyes wide. His hands trembled slightly, not with fear, but with anticipation. The display on the screen in front of him showed that the quantum field was in flux, an indication that something was working. Then the numbers spiked. Something was happening. That's not supposed to." Before he could finish his sentence, the room was filled with an intense pull, like the sudden pressure of gravity had shifted, as if something enormous was coming from within his own body. The lights above buzzed in an electrical frenzy as the small black hole he had created began to destabilize. It wasn't supposed to happen this quickly. His calculations had been clear: the particle's movement should have been slow, methodical. But this was anything but. Leon gasped, trying to stabilize the machine. But the black hole was already reacting to the spacetime alterations. The energy began to spiral inward, sucking everything toward it. Papers fluttered into the air like leaves caught in a windstorm, and tools rattled across the counter, drawn to the singularity with terrifying speed. In that instant, Leon made a fatal mistake. He inhaled. A tiny cloud of particles, invisible to the naked eye, swirled into his body. Leon froze. The room seemed to tilt around him as his vision blurred. His hand shook as he pressed against the console, trying to shut the machine off, but it was already too late. He wasn't sure how much time passed, but when the world finally stopped spinning, the black hole had vanished. The lab was in ruins, nothing more than debris and overturned equipment. He stood there, eyes wide, breath shallow. But something felt different. His body felt different. That it was like he was floating. Or maybe the ground had suddenly become heavier. Leon wasn't sure. His body was still, too still. For a moment, panic began to bubble in his chest. Did I just? His voice trembled, and as he said the words aloud, they sounded too real. Too surreal. Leon reached down to steady himself on the workbench, only to watch as the tools, an old wrench, a screwdriver, seemingly lifted off the surface. He blinked. His heart thudded in his chest. The wrench shot straight into his hand as if obeying his unspoken command. What the hell? Leon whispered to himself, still unsure if he was hallucinating. But no, this wasn't a dream. The gravity in the room had shifted. And it was him. He could feel it. Suddenly, the door to the lab opened, and Sarah Bennett, the only colleague who had ever supported him, stepped inside. She froze, eyes wide, her mouth hanging open. "Leon?" she asked, barely above a whisper. What did you do?" He looked at her, dumbfounded, still holding the floating wrench. He didn't have an answer. The next day, Leon's apartment looked like the aftermath of an existential breakdown. Half-empty pizza boxes and spilled coffee scattered around the place. His small kitchen was in chaos, the microwave was mysteriously stuck halfway open, and his bookshelves had been completely rearranged without him even touching them. Leon had always been a little messy, but this was something different. He felt as if the world around him was bending, moving, reshaping itself in subtle, impossible ways. "Okay," he muttered aloud, standing in the middle of his apartment, "this is either a science fiction movie or I'm about to be eaten alive by gravity itself." He inhaled deeply, trying to focus. The strange pull he had felt in the lab was still there. His mind seemed to be trying to process everything at once. He reached for his coffee mug, but it didn't fall back into his hand like it was supposed to. Instead, it hovered there, suspended in midair. Leon blinked, his heart pounding. He reached out with his hand, his fingers brushing against the mug. It slowly drifted toward him, as though the very air was cooperating. Okay, that's unsettling. He took a sip, his mind racing. But something else happened. The cup clinked on the counter, then, without any warning, his microwave suddenly zipped across the kitchen, crashing into the wall. He stood frozen, unsure whether to be scared or amazed. Gravity was now his plaything. But what exactly did that mean? Was he still Leon? Or was he becoming something else entirely? His mind was spinning in circles. He felt the need to test the boundaries of his new abilities, but he also knew the dangers. The ground under his feet felt like it was moving, and the walls seemed to be pressing in on him. It wasn't just objects that were reacting to his presence, he could feel the space itself warping. And then there was the voice. He wasn't sure where it came from, his mind, perhaps, or somewhere deeper. "It's not enough to just control objects, Leon. You have to control time, too." The thought chilled him. Leon stood there in the middle of his kitchen, staring at the floating coffee cup, his mind racing. The air was dense with a strange energy, as though the very space around him was bending, responding to him, molding itself in ways he couldn't yet understand. He knew, without a doubt, that something inside him had changed the moment that particle of black hole matter entered his body. He could feel it. The universe wasn't just a thing he studied, it was something he could now control. That voice, though, the one that seemed to echo in his mind, was not something he could ignore. Control time? Leon didn't want to consider what that could mean. He didn't even know how to control the gravity pulling everything toward him. Time? He wasn't ready for that. He wasn't sure he even wanted that kind of power. "All right," he muttered to himself, trying to steady his nerves. "I just need to figure this out." He was trying to convince himself that it was a fluke, that maybe, somehow, he was imagining it. But he wasn't. He felt it in his bones. The black hole was inside him. Not just as some foreign substance, but as a new engine, a living force that changed the very fabric of his being. He was the experiment now. The feeling was unnerving. He had to test it. He had to understand it. Tentatively, he reached for a chair nearby, not really sure what he expected to happen. When his fingers brushed it, the chair didn't simply tip or slide away. It floated, hovering inches above the floor, then rotated slowly, as though waiting for him to command it. "Okay, no need to freak out." His voice shook as he muttered to himself, but he had to admit that the power he felt was exhilarating. He clenched his fist, and the chair shot across the room, slamming into the far wall. It splintered into pieces, shards of wood scattering like confetti. Leon froze, eyes wide. He hadn't meant to do that. He hadn't even been thinking. What was happening to him? He breathed in deeply, trying to calm himself. "You're in control, Leon. It's just gravity. It's just you. It's fine." But the universe wasn't having any of it. The next morning, Leon didn't go into the lab. He couldn't, not after what happened last night. He spent the entire morning pacing around his apartment, testing his abilities, trying to understand the limits of what he could do. He tried making a pencil float, then an entire bookshelf, then a fridge. Each time, his powers responded to his thoughts as though they were part of him. He controlled the gravity in ways that were too perfect, too effortless. But with every test, the air grew heavier, more dense, as if the black hole inside him was expanding, reaching out to consume everything in its path. Eventually, his curiosity got the better of him. He had to go back to the lab, had to see if his equations were still intact. It was the only way he'd be able to figure out what had happened to him. The lab was in even worse shape than it had been the night before. The walls were scorched where sparks from the experiment had hit, and the floor was littered with broken glass and overturned equipment. Leon stepped carefully around the debris, avoiding the jagged remnants of the particle accelerator, his mind focused on finding the data he'd recorded during the experiment. But his gaze kept drifting toward the corner, where the machine had originally malfunctioned. It was clear something had shifted within him, something fundamental. The black hole particle hadn't just been absorbed, it had merged with him, reprogramming his body at the atomic level. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. The very laws of physics seemed to be unraveling in his presence, and that was just the beginning. As he sifted through the notes, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Sarah. "Leon, we need to talk." It was short, but the urgency in her words was clear. He texted back, "Meet me at the lab in 30 minutes. Then he sat back, letting the weight of what had happened sink in. Sarah had always been his friend, his colleague. But would she still see him as the same man? What if he wasn't? Leon's thoughts turned to the state of the world. While he was wrapped up in the insanity of his own body's transformation, the planet itself was teetering on the edge of collapse. He'd been following the news about climate change, rising sea levels, and the increasing frequency of natural disasters. Everything was spiraling out of control. His experiment might have been an accident, but could it be the solution? If he could manipulate the planet's gravitational field, restore the balance of the Earth, maybe he could fix it. He could reverse the damage humanity had done. Or, he thought with a chill running down his spine, maybe he could destroy it. What if the black hole inside him couldn't be controlled? What if it pulled everything into itself, starting with the planet? The door opened. Sarah stepped inside, her eyes scanning the wreckage, then landing on Leon. She looked both worried and fascinated. "Leon, she began, but he raised a hand, cutting her off. "Before you say anything," he said, his voice low, "I need you to understand something. This is not a joke. This isn't a trick. The experiment, it worked. Too well. Sarah raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Leon closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He could feel the pull of the black hole inside him, thrumming beneath his skin like a heartbeat. He wasn't sure how to explain it, but he had to try. I inhaled it, Sarah. The particle. The black hole. It's inside me now. And I can control gravity. He paused, letting the words sink in. I can feel the space around me warp. I can bend it. But I don't know how long I can hold it back. For a moment, Sarah didn't say anything. She just stared at him, her face unreadable. Then, she stepped forward, inspecting him as though he were a piece of alien technology she was trying to figure out. Finally, she spoke. I knew it was risky, she said slowly. But this is beyond anything I could have imagined. Leon felt his stomach churn. What if I can't control it? What if— Don't worry, she interrupted, her voice calming. We'll figure this out together. But you need to be careful. The moment you start messing with gravity on a global scale, you're not just playing with your own life. You're playing with everyone's. Her words hit him hard. He knew what she was saying. The gravity well inside him was growing. He could feel it pulling on everything around him, distorting the air, warping the space. If he didn't get control over it, it could consume more than just a few chairs and coffee mugs. It could take the world. All right, he said, the determination in his voice growing. Then let's figure it out. The Earth needs help. And I think I can fix it. I just need to understand how this thing works before it eats me alive. The next few days were a blur of scientific research, trial and error, and sleepless nights. Sarah helped him construct a rudimentary device to monitor his fluctuations in gravitational force, and together, they tried to map out the effects of the black hole inside him. They began by testing Leon's limits. How far could he push the manipulation of gravity without losing control? How much could he alter the Earth's gravitational field before things started to unravel? As the days passed, Leon's understanding of his own abilities deepened. He could compress space, twist time, though he dared not experiment with that yet. He could create localized gravity wells, reverse the direction of gravity in small areas, and even phase objects through solid matter. He was growing more powerful by the day, but so too was the pressure inside him. The black hole engine in his chest wasn't just a passive force, it was alive, hungry, and it craved more. It was on the fourth night, after Leon had nearly destroyed his own apartment again with a reckless display of power, that he realized just how dangerous it all was. He wasn't just experimenting with gravity anymore. He was playing with time and space itself, and that, he feared, would soon have consequences. The pressure inside Leon's chest was getting worse. It wasn't just the heavy feeling that seemed to press on his ribs, like a ton of bricks, it was something deeper. The black hole inside him, the engine that had begun as a tiny speck of cosmic matter, was growing, expanding. Every test, every manipulation, made it bigger, stronger. It was as though his body was a battery, and the more energy he generated, the more it demanded. The first few days of testing had been controlled. At least, as controlled as things could be when you were experimenting with the very fabric of space-time. But every time Leon tried to push the limits of his powers, something else inside him stirred. He could feel the black hole pulling harder at the edges of his consciousness, a constant low hum in his mind like the rumbling of a distant storm. It was almost like it had a mind of its own, a consciousness that was slowly waking up. Leon, stop, Sarah's voice cut through his thoughts, and he blinked, coming back to the present. He was standing in the middle of the lab, a hand outstretched, his fingers twitching as if he were pulling the very air around him. The desk in front of him was buckling, folding inward, as though gravity itself was compressing it into nothingness. His heart raced as he fought to regain control. His breath came in shallow gasps. The black hole inside him wasn't just manipulating objects anymore. It was manipulating him. The more he used it, the more he felt like he was losing himself. "Leon." Sarah called again, more urgently this time. She had her hands on his shoulders now, pulling him back. "You have to stop. You can't control it this way." Leon gasped, the words coming out ragged. "I need to fix it. The planet, it's dying. It's all falling apart. I have to, I know. But you're not going to fix anything if you destroy yourself in the process." She shook him slightly, trying to focus his attention. "Think about it. Every time you bend gravity, every time you push further into that, whatever it is inside you, you're not just changing the world. You're changing yourself. What if it starts pulling you apart? What if—" "I know," Leon muttered, finally able to tear his focus away from the destructive pull he was creating. "I can feel it. But I can't stop, Sarah. I have to try. If I don't, the world. You need to stabilize it." "This is bigger than any one person," she interrupted, her voice steady despite the obvious fear in her eyes. "We need to understand how this works before it gets out of hand." Leon's mind raced. He had to think. His every instinct screamed at him to continue, to push forward. Earth was on the brink of collapse, rising oceans, deteriorating ecosystems, and a desperate need for a solution. He had to fix it. But Sarah was right. If he didn't control it, it wouldn't be the world he saved. It would be the world he destroyed. "What do you want me to do?" Leon asked, his voice shaky but determined. He was breathing more easily now, but it wasn't over. The black hole inside him was still there, still stirring like a monster just beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to rise. "We need a containment system," Sarah said, pulling him over to the makeshift workbench where they'd been trying to design a way to stabilize the gravitational force inside him. "You can't just keep pushing it outward. The more you use it, the more unstable it becomes. But we might be able to create something that can act as a buffer. It'll dampen the effects. Maybe even allow you to focus your energy." Leon nodded, trying to focus. He didn't have much time. The whole planet didn't have much time. "All right. Let's do it." They worked in silence for hours, the hum of the machines around them mixing with the crackling tension in the air. Leon could feel the black hole inside him every moment, its hunger growing, its power expanding. But for once, he forced himself to ignore it. Sarah had always been the grounded one between them, and now, she was his anchor. They had to design a device that could regulate his gravitational field, dampening its intensity so that he could control it, use it without collapsing in on himself. But as they worked, Leon realized something he hadn't before. The more they tinkered with the equipment, the more they adjusted the parameters, the more they began to sense a pattern in the way the black hole was behaving. It wasn't random. It was intelligent. "I think it's trying to talk to us," Leon said, his voice quiet. Sarah turned to him, confused. "What do you mean?" "It's a black hole, Leon. It's a force of nature, he paused, running a hand through his hair. "It's responding to me, but it's doing it in a way that feels deliberate. Almost like it's aware of what I'm doing. It's not just some force of nature anymore. It's alive." For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Sarah broke the silence. "What are you going to do about it?" Leon's gaze hardened. "I'm not going to let it consume me. Not again." They worked in silence for several more hours, trying to design a containment system that would prevent the black hole from destabilizing him entirely. But with every adjustment, the machine began to hum louder. The walls of the lab seemed to tremble, as though the space itself were fighting back against the device they were trying to build. Finally, Leon stood up, backing away from the workbench. "We need to accelerate the process. I can't keep this thing contained much longer." Sarah looked at him, her face pale. "Leon," but before she could say anything more, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The hum from the black hole surged, rising to a deafening crescendo. The lights overhead flickered violently, casting the lab in intermittent darkness. "Hold on!" Leon shouted, grabbing Sarah's arm as the floor tilted beneath them. The walls of the lab began to warp, bending inward, the very fabric of reality distorting around them. It was the black hole. It was reacting, and not in a way they had anticipated. "Get out of the way!" Leon shouted, pushing Sarah toward the door as the walls buckled inward, collapsing in on themselves. He could feel the power surging through him now, the black hole inside him pulsing like a heartbeat. He had to regain control. He had to fix this. In an instant, the door burst open, and the entire lab was sucked into the gravity well of his body. The floor, the walls, the equipment, all of it was drawn toward him as though the universe itself had decided to collapse into the singularity within him. He reached out, his mind racing, and with an immense effort of will, he forced the pull to stop. Slowly, inch by inch, he felt the energy retreating. The room stopped distorting, and the debris fell back to the ground with a thud. The silence was deafening. Sarah was standing a few feet away, staring at him, her face a mixture of awe and terror. "You did it," she whispered, voice shaky. You actually stopped it." Leon's body trembled with exhaustion. He had done it. But only for now. The black hole inside him was still there, still pulsing with an insatiable hunger. And as the world outside the lab continued its decline, Leon realized something he hadn't truly understood before. He wasn't just carrying the weight of his own survival. He was carrying the weight of the planet's future. And if he couldn't master the force inside him, the Earth might not survive. "We need to move," Leon said, his voice tight. "I can't stay here. We need to find a way to fix this. Permanently." The next few weeks were a blur of experiments, both in the lab and in Leon's mind. He tried everything he could think of to contain the black hole inside him, but it was growing more powerful with every attempt. The world outside was crumbling faster than he could work: climate disasters, wars over resources, entire cities falling into chaos. In the end, it wasn't a solution that saved them. It was a choice. Leon had to make a sacrifice. The black hole inside him was too dangerous to control, too hungry for power. He had to release it, let it dissipate into the void where it belonged. It meant the end of his abilities, the end of his power, but it was the only way to restore balance. As he stood at the edge of the world, gazing out over the cities that would now begin to rebuild, he understood the cost of his actions. The black hole was gone, but so was his chance to change the world with his power. And yet, in that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he knew something else: he had saved the Earth. Not because of his abilities, but because he had learned that even the greatest power must eventually be tempered by wisdom and sacrifice. The world would move on. And so would he. Dr. Hale had always believed that the smallest things could unlock the greatest mysteries. As a child, he'd spent hours staring at the tiny particles of dust floating in the sunlight streaming through the windows of his room. His mind would race with questions. What were they? Where did they come from? Why did they float, dancing like miniature constellations in an invisible galaxy? It was this curiosity that led him to the study of black holes, a subject most people only dared to brush against in fleeting conversations or whispered theories. But Hale had never been one to avoid the deep end. No, he'd plunged into the heart of the unknown with the same fervor a diver might have for an undiscovered underwater city. Now, years later, he was on the verge of something incredible. He was about to control gravity. He was about to control time itself. That's how he ended up in the lab late one night, alone with only the hum of the quantum machines and the soft beep of his computer. The small glass sphere in front of him contained what could only be described as a microscopic black hole. Its mass was virtually non-existent, but its power, its potential, was almost limitless. Theories said it could bend light, slow time, even warp the very fabric of reality. Hale had worked for years to bring the theories to life. Tonight, He would do what no one else had ever dared. He would contain the forces of the universe within the palm of his hand. But as he stared at the sphere, something went wrong. The sensors on his display began to flicker. Then the air around him seemed to thrum with an unnatural energy. Hale's heart pounded, a primal warning ringing in his ears. He quickly checked the readings, quantum fluctuations beyond expected thresholds. The screen blared. The hole, which had been supposed to remain contained, was beginning to expand. His pulse quickened, and he instinctively reached out to deactivate the machine, but before he could, it was too late. The sphere pulsed, and the last thing Hale remembered was a violent rush of air, as though something was sucking him into itself. A faint, almost imperceptible light flared from the center of the sphere, and then everything went black. When Hale woke up, the first thing he noticed was how heavy his head felt. His mind was foggy, as though he'd woken from a long, deep sleep. The room around him seemed both familiar and strange, like a set from a science fiction film that had been slightly altered, as if someone had taken the scenery and twisted it just enough to make it unsettling. His fingers twitched. He lifted his hand to rub his eyes, but when he tried to focus on the motion, something felt wrong. The world around him blurred, bending and stretching like ripples in a pond. He had a brief flash of disorientation, then felt a sudden pressure in his chest, as though the very air were becoming thick, difficult to breathe. He sat up abruptly, his breath catching in his throat. What happened? His heart raced, and panic began to curl in his stomach. The lab. The sphere. He had been working on the black hole experiment. But then, he gripped his head, trying to concentrate, but it was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. The memories were slipping away, like sand through his fingers. Fragments came and went, bright flashes of the machine, his lab coat, the glowing orb, but the details, the edges of his past, were quickly dissolving. It felt as though his mind was shifting through a series of disconnected frames, each one slowly erasing the last. Hale stood up too quickly, the floor tilting beneath him. The disorientation was unbearable, but he fought it, forcing himself to stay on his feet. He looked around. Where am I? The room was filled with machines, but the walls seemed wrong. They weren't the sterile, white walls of his laboratory. These walls were dark. A strange, pulsating blue light flickered along the edges, as though the room itself was alive. He staggered to the door, his fingers numb and uncoordinated as he tried to unlock it. The latch clicked open, and he burst into the hallway, his legs shaky but moving. The hallway seemed endless, stretching out in both directions. His breaths were shallow, panic rising again, but there was something else beneath it, something urgent, desperate. There was a gnawing need to find something, to remember something. But what? It was then that he saw it. A figure in the distance, someone walking toward him. Wait. He tried to focus, but the figure grew blurry, like a mirage. He could barely make out the features, but the sense of recognition was immediate. It was a woman. Her face seemed oddly familiar, but her name, was a shadow, slipping through his mind like the rest of his memories. Dr. Hale, she said when she reached him, her voice calm, reassuring. You're awake. Thank God. The words didn't sink in. Dr. Hale. That was me. Right? But why? Who was this woman? Why was she calling him by that name? His mouth opened to speak, but his mind felt like it was still wading through thick fog. The name Hale, it didn't feel like it belonged to him, not really. Like it was someone else's name, someone else's life. The woman must have seen the confusion on his face because her expression softened. It's okay. You've been through a lot. But you're going to be fine. You just need time to adjust. Adjust to what? She placed a hand gently on his arm, guiding him down the hallway. Come on, you need to rest. But Hale's legs felt unsteady beneath him, and the more he tried to concentrate, the more the world seemed to slip away. What happened to me? He followed her, although the room he was being led to was a blur in his mind. She helped him into a chair and sat across from him, her eyes gentle but filled with an odd intensity. "You've been changed, Hale," she said softly. "The black hole particle, it did something to you. Something we didn't anticipate." A chill ran through him. "Changed?" She nodded. "You were exposed to the black hole, Hale. And now you have its power." Power? What was she talking about? He could barely even remember who he was, let alone have any understanding of some sort of power. "You can control gravity," she said, as though she were explaining something simple, like the weather or the time of day. "And you can manipulate time itself. But every time you use that power, you lose part of yourself. Your memories. Your sense of who you are. It's the price you pay." "Lose part of myself?" Hale stared at her, his mind racing. "What are you talking about? My memories? I can't remember." She took a deep breath. "I know this is hard to understand. But you're a walking paradox now, Hale. A black hole in human form. And the more you use your abilities, the more your past is erased. Like the black hole, it's consuming you, piece by piece." He looked down at his hands. The fingers trembled, but there was an odd sensation in his chest, too, a pressure building, like gravity pulling on him from the inside. He could feel something powerful, but also deeply dangerous, thrumming through his veins. "Why?" His voice cracked. "Why did this happen?" "You were the first," she replied quietly. "You were the first to survive the particle. The first to inherit its power. But we didn't anticipate the side effects. We didn't know that it would start to erase your memories." "What can I do?" he asked, desperation creeping into his voice. He didn't know if he was talking about regaining his memories, or if he meant something more, like stopping this power from consuming him. The woman looked at him with a deep sadness in her eyes. "I don't know. We don't know. But you have to find a way to control it. Before it's too late. Before it takes everything from you." Hale stared at her, his thoughts spiraling. Black holes. Time manipulation. Gravity control. His memories, his very identity, were slipping away, and he was powerless to stop it. He had always been the one to understand the equations, the formulas, the mysteries of the universe. But this was something beyond his comprehension. And yet, it was happening to him. The room seemed to tilt again, and he grabbed the arms of the chair to steady himself. He could feel his grip tightening, the muscles in his hands straining with a force he hadn't intended. The weight in his chest grew heavier, and then, for the briefest of moments, it happened that he felt it. A surge. A rush of energy. The world bent around him like it had before, the same warping, the same twisting of reality. And in that moment, a brief flash of memory cut through the fog, the lab, the experiment, the strange, iridescent light. But then it was gone. Just as quickly as it had come. And Hale was left grasping at nothing. The woman stood up slowly, her eyes narrowing with a hint of fear. "You used it again, didn't you?" He didn't answer. He couldn't. Hale blinked rapidly, trying to steady his breathing, but the room still seemed to warp around him. The woman, whoever she was, stood silently, watching him with a mixture of concern and wariness. His fingers were still trembling, the feeling in his chest expanding like an invisible weight, like the pull of a gravitational field. He wanted to speak, to ask her who she was and why she was helping him, but the words wouldn't come. It felt as though his mouth was full of cotton, his thoughts tangled, half-formed. All he could do was stare at his hands, which were now clenching and unclenching as if they had a mind of their own. "You've used it again," she repeated, this time softer, almost regretfully. "And now we're back to this. What happened?" His voice sounded hoarse, distant to his own ears. The flood of memories, the fragmented images, none of it made sense. It was like he was standing in the middle of a dream, a nightmare, where nothing was anchored, nothing could hold him steady. You activated the power. You shifted the fabric of time, for just a second, she said, watching him carefully. But each time you do it, each time you use the black hole's energy, it takes more from you. What does it take from me? Hale asked, his throat tight. He had a sense of dread creeping over him now, like the edges of his mind were being erased, swept away by an invisible tide. Your memories. Your sense of self. Your identity, she said, her voice gentle, but it didn't offer comfort. The black hole inside you doesn't just manipulate the world around you. It pulls everything into its own singularity. And right now, that singularity is you. The weight of her words landed like a stone in his stomach. A singularity. Me. It made a sick kind of sense. His memories were already slipping, and every time he used his newfound abilities, it felt like a part of him was being lost. He didn't know who he was anymore, not fully. The past was slipping away so fast he couldn't even get a hold of it. He swallowed hard, but his mouth was dry. I don't understand, he whispered. His hands were shaking uncontrollably now, the sensation of his power thrumming through his veins. He was terrified of what might happen if he used it again. What would he lose next? His name? His face? His very consciousness. You don't need to understand right now, the woman said, stepping closer to him. You just need to control it. To stop using it, stop letting it use you. She placed a hand on his shoulder, but he didn't feel comfort from it. Instead, the pressure in his chest increased, and the ground seemed to buckle under him. You need to let go, Hale, she said softly, almost as if she were trying to pull him back from the edge of something vast and terrible. This power isn't just a gift, it's a curse. A trap. And the more you let it define you, the more it will take until there's nothing left of you but the power itself. But even as she spoke, Hale's mind was racing. She wasn't saying anything that he didn't already know in some deep, primal part of himself. He could feel it. He could feel the gravitational pull of the black hole inside him, tugging at the fabric of his mind, his past, his memories, like some unseen force trying to swallow him whole. He closed his eyes, trying to breathe through the dizziness, through the suffocating pressure that kept rising within him, threatening to tear him apart. And then, like a flash of lightning, a memory came to him, sharp and sudden, like a jagged shard of glass. His lab, the experiment, the sphere. And the explosion of light. He had been so sure of it, so certain. He had known, or at least, he thought he had known, what would happen when he activated the experiment. He thought he could control it, could harness the power of the black hole and use it to break through the walls of time and space. But he hadn't anticipated this. He hadn't anticipated himself being consumed. He felt a ripple in his mind, like a tremor under the surface of the earth. His breath hitched, his vision dimming at the edges. The power, it was waking up again, stirring deep inside him. Stop, he gasped, clutching at his chest, as though he could hold the energy inside, as though he could prevent it from spilling out again. He felt it, the pull, like gravity itself turning inward. Please, make it stop. The woman's eyes softened, and for a moment, he saw something, empathy, behind the steel walls she had built around herself. She moved quickly, placing her hands on his arms, urging him to breathe. You need to fight it, she said urgently. I know it's hard, but you can't let it consume you. If you don't regain control, if you don't lock it away, I can't. Hale choked out. His vision blurred again, and the pressure in his chest intensified. The power inside him was now a thundering, uncontrollable force. It felt as though the very air around him was warping, time stretching, twisting, buckling under the force of his mind. He could feel it, the time dilation, the gravity warping, everything was slipping, all at once, and he couldn't hold on to anything. No, he shouted, more to himself than to her. The urge to release the energy was unbearable. But just as quickly, he felt the memory slip away again, like the sand in an hourglass, disappearing. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. I can't remember, he whispered, the words tasting foreign on his tongue. Remember, she said, her voice tight with an edge of desperation. You have to remember, Hale. We need you to remember. You need to remember who you were. It was as though the very air around him thickened, squeezing his chest tighter, suffocating him. The world seemed to fold in on itself, the edges of the room distorting as if viewed through the warped lens of a funhouse mirror. Hale clutched his head, the pressure unbearable. Time itself was no longer a straight line, it was folding, twisting, doubling back on itself. For a brief, terrifying moment, Hale thought he might disappear entirely, lost to the black hole inside him, but then, something snapped into place. A voice. A sound. His voice. A whisper from deep within the chaos. Focus. Hold on. You can control it. Hale's heart skipped a beat. Was that me? The voice was his own, but the certainty was different. It was like a remnant of himself, a piece of his old self, buried deep beneath the weight of the black hole. His hand, trembling, reached for the table beside him. And as his fingers brushed against it, a strange stillness washed over him. The black hole inside him paused, just for a moment. The pull of gravity softened, the rush of energy subsided, and he could breathe again. For a second, just a second, he felt something like relief, but that relief was fleeting. The woman, who was she? Leaned in close, her hand on his arm. Hale, listen to me. You can't keep using it. You're losing yourself. He swallowed hard, his mind a mess of jumbled thoughts and shifting images. He didn't know who he was anymore, and he certainly didn't know how to stop this, how to stop what was happening to him. The world outside was fuzzy, out of focus. Like time had bent in on itself, and he was stuck in a pocket of frozen reality. I don't know who I am, Hale said softly, his voice cracking. His fingers trembled as he reached for his own face, as though to feel some connection to himself. I don't know what's happening to me. You'll find a way, she said quietly. You have to. And in that moment, Hale realized something. He didn't just need to control the black hole inside him. He needed to remember who he was. He needed to remember everything. But how could he remember, when everything kept slipping away, and yet, somewhere deep inside him, he felt it, a flicker of recognition. A small thread that could be pulled, unraveled. If only he could reach it. Hale's eyes flickered open, but the world felt like it was moving without him. The room shifted around him, and the pulsing hum of the machine seemed to reverberate through his very bones. For a moment, he forgot where he was. He forgot what he was supposed to be doing. Then, slowly, it all came rushing back, like fragments of glass falling into place, sharp and painful. The black hole. His experiment. The explosion of light. But as soon as he had it, the memory slipped away again. It vanished like smoke in the wind, leaving behind a void. A thick emptiness that expanded until it filled everything. He blinked, focusing on the woman in front of him, her gaze steady and intense. She was saying something, but her words didn't register. His mind felt distant, foggy, as if 1,000 layers of time and space were stacked between him and reality. He couldn't think straight. The woman, was she someone important? He felt he should know her. His fingers twitched again, instinctively reaching for something. What am I looking for? The power inside him stirred again, a deep pull in his chest. This time, it wasn't just gravity. It was something else. Something darker. More urgent. A raw, unrelenting need to release it. To let go. To let the black hole consume him completely. But something stopped him. A flash. A sound. A word. Remember. Hale's breath caught in his throat. The word echoed in his mind, a thread, a rope thrown into the darkness, pulling him toward something. He grabbed at it. "Remember," it said. He had to focus. There was something important. Something he had forgotten. "What's happening to me?" His voice cracked. He barely recognized it. The woman's face softened, and for a moment, the tension between them seemed to dissolve. She knelt down beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and something else. Fear, maybe? Or was it pity? "Your mind is splitting," she said softly, her voice low. "You're unraveling, Hale. Every time you use the black hole's power, you lose part of yourself. Your memories. Your sense of time. But the worst part is," she hesitated, her gaze flicking away. "What?" He leaned forward, his heart pounding. "Tell me. Please." "The worst part," she continued, "is that the more you lose, the less you can control it. The black hole is using you now, not the other way around. It's drawing you in." Her words hung in the air like a heavy fog, and Hale's head swam. He looked at her, and for the first time, a sliver of doubt crossed his mind. Could he control it? Could he fight this thing inside of him before it erased everything? The power surged again, this time with a vengeance, filling his chest with an almost physical pain. His mind screamed, "Don't use it. Don't give in." But the urge was overwhelming, a magnetic pull toward release. Toward the rush of energy. Toward everything that the black hole promised. Power. Control. He clenched his teeth, his hands shaking. His body was racked with tension, the pressure building inside him like a dam about to burst. "You have to stop," the woman said, grabbing his wrist. "Hale, you're losing yourself. If you don't, I can't stop it," he snapped, his voice raw. He tore his arm away from her, his fingers digging into the edge of the table. The room seemed to warp again, bending, folding, stretching, as if the fabric of reality itself was coming apart. He could feel it now, the pull of the black hole deep within him, like it was reaching out to claim him, to consume him whole. For a brief moment, Hale thought he might lose control. That he would unleash everything, time, space, gravity, all of it, and the world would be torn apart. His memories would be gone. His identity erased. He would become nothing but an empty vessel, a hollow shell of a man. But then, something clicked. A sudden clarity. It wasn't like an epiphany or a moment of revelation. It was more like a whisper, a quiet thought from somewhere deep within him. "You can fight it." He focused. He didn't know how, but somehow, he was able to call on the part of himself that was still Hale. The part of him that hadn't been erased yet, the small shred of his old self that was still hanging on. He pushed against the pull. He willed the black hole to recede, to stop. To calm down. For a moment, nothing happened, then, slowly, the pressure in his chest eased. The room stopped bending. The world around him stilled. His breath, shallow and ragged, began to even out. His hands were still trembling, but the energy inside him no longer felt like a ticking time bomb. It felt like it was contained, subdued, held back by the sheer force of his will. The woman, his companion, his guide, was staring at him, her face wide-eyed. "You did it," she whispered. "You controlled it." Hale didn't answer. He couldn't. The power inside him was still there, simmering just beneath the surface, but now he felt different. The overwhelming urge to use it was gone, at least for the moment. He didn't know how long it would last, but for the first time since the experiment, he had a sliver of hope. But it didn't last. The fear, the doubt, the sense of losing himself, it was still there. It would always be there, lurking in the back of his mind. And the black hole? It wasn't going away. It was part of him now. He looked at the woman, and the silence between them felt like a chasm. She seemed to be waiting for him to say something, but what was there to say? What could he say? "I don't know what to do," Hale whispered. "I can't remember anything." I'm losing myself. You will remember, she said, her voice firm. You're not lost yet. But we need to figure out how to stop this before it's too late. Hale nodded, though it felt more like a reflex than an actual decision. He wasn't sure how much of himself was still intact, but he knew that the more he used the black hole's power, the closer he would get to losing everything. He could already feel the edges of his mind slipping again, like sand slipping through his fingers. The memories were still gone, but there was something else now, something new. The black hole had left an imprint on him. It had changed him. And now, it was up to him to figure out how to live with it. How to fight it. How to keep from disappearing completely. He stood up shakily, his legs unsteady beneath him. His head throbbed with the effort of concentrating, of holding on to whatever fragments of himself were left. He looked around the room, feeling a deep, aching emptiness in his chest. The woman followed him silently, her eyes never leaving him. I need to know more, he said, his voice sounding distant. About the black hole. About what happened to me. I need to understand what this is. The woman nodded, her face grave. We can start there. But we're running out of time. Every day you use that power, you lose a little bit more. Hale's mind raced as they moved toward the door. Running out of time. That was the truth. Every day he spent using the power was a day closer to losing everything. His past. His memories. His very self. But it wasn't just the loss that terrified him. It was what would be left in its place. Would he become a hollow shell? Would the black hole consume him completely, until there was nothing left of the man who once was Dr. Hale? The door slid open, and the two of them stepped into the hallway. The air was cool against his skin, but it didn't calm him. The world outside felt as alien as the power inside him. Everything was strange. Everything was slipping, but there was no turning back now. The black hole had already taken root inside him. Now, he had to find a way to control it. Before it took everything and time. Time was running out. Joseph Cooper wasn't the kind of person who would ever willingly touch a black hole. He'd studied them from a safe distance for years, and for all his theoretical knowledge of the strange cosmic phenomenon, there was nothing appealing about getting up close and personal with one. But today? Today he was standing inches away from a miniature black hole in a high-tech vacuum chamber at the university's top-secret astrophysical lab. The lab was chaotic, papers scattered everywhere, scientists running around in frantic motion, and the usual assortment of beeping machines filling the air. Joseph leaned against a counter, sipping from a mug of stale coffee. The mug had been his trusted companion for years, a faded ceramic thing that had seen him through countless late nights and early mornings. Joseph, can you focus? Sarah Mallory, his colleague and one of the few people who didn't mind his sarcastic wit, snapped from the other side of the room. Joseph glanced up lazily. Focus? I am focused. Very focused, he said, with an exaggerated seriousness. I just think the universe has been overhyped. I mean, what's so great about a black hole, really? Sarah rolled her eyes. I swear, sometimes you have the maturity of a 5-year-old. She pulled on a pair of thick gloves, adjusting a set of complicated controls near the miniature black hole suspended in the containment chamber. The tiny anomaly was floating there like a pure nothingness, its event horizon a swirling mass of dark energy that defied everything Joseph thought he knew about physics. Despite his flippant attitude, Joseph couldn't help but stare. The black hole was mesmerizing in a way that made his heart race. It was so small, yet so utterly terrifying. Like the universe itself had managed to squeeze an entire galaxy's worth of destruction into something smaller than a pinprick. Everything looks good, Sarah muttered, pressing buttons on the control panel. She looked over at Joseph. Now, just for the fun part, witnessing the creation of the first artificial black hole. Joseph raised an eyebrow. You mean we're creating a black hole? Sarah smirked. You're the one who's always talking about black holes. You don't get to chicken out now. Joseph opened his mouth to argue, but before he could, the lights flickered. The entire room hummed, a strange resonance vibrating through the floor. The black hole in the chamber began to grow, just a little, but enough to make Joseph's gut tighten. That's not supposed to happen, Sarah said, her voice suddenly far too calm. Joseph's eyes went wide. What the hell did you just do? I didn't, but before Sarah could finish her sentence, the black hole pulsed. A wave of energy shot out in every direction, rippling through the room like an invisible tidal wave. Joseph felt the surge of force wash over him, a bizarre sensation that made his hair stand on end. Sarah! What did you? The room spun. The world, just for a moment, tilted. And then everything stopped. Joseph's vision blurred. The air turned heavy, oppressive. He tried to move, but his body felt like it was sinking into quicksand. And then it happened, his stomach churned as the black hole, small and seemingly harmless, expanded into his body. A shockwave of energy surged through him. He could feel the pull, tiny, but enough to make his heart race and his limbs feel weightless. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was gone. Joseph blinked, confused. He stood up straight and looked around the lab. Everything seemed normal. Sarah was yelling at the control panel, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. Everything was muted. He swayed on his feet and reached for the nearest desk, gripping it tightly to steady himself. His hand, instead of pressing against the wood, slipped through it, like it was made of liquid. He pulled his hand back, wide-eyed, and glanced at Sarah, whose face was now a picture of panic. Did I? He looked at his own hand. No, not his hand. It was warping, bending in ways it shouldn't. Time seemed to slow for just a second, and in that brief moment, he saw it, the black hole, right there, contained within his own body. A new, strange sensation coursed through him, something like a current running through his veins, but colder. Sharper. It felt like every part of him was connected to the universe now. Every atom. Every molecule. What the hell happened? He murmured, his voice barely audible. Sarah was still shouting at the control panel, oblivious to him for the moment. She wasn't even looking at him. Joseph looked down at his hand again. It was glowing. Like the core of a star, soft and flickering. He reached for his coffee mug, his mind racing. But before he could touch it, his hand, his fingers, twitched of their own accord. The mug lifted into the air, spinning slowly. He couldn't explain it. He hadn't meant to do it. The black hole. It had to be the black hole inside him. He took a step back, and the mug floated toward him, hovering just above his outstretched hand. Okay, he muttered to himself, feeling the weird pull of the energy inside him growing stronger. Let's not lose our heads over this. He reached out, and the mug dropped right into his hand. There was no explosion, no sudden rupture in space. It was almost too easy. Sarah finally turned, looking at him with wide eyes. Joseph, what did you just? Before she could finish, the mug dropped. It shattered on the floor. He stared at the pieces, then at Sarah, who was still frozen, unable to process what was happening. That was weird, Joseph said, looking at his hand again. Okay, Sarah said, taking a deep breath, this is bad. The next few hours were a blur. The lab's engineers and physicists scrambled to assess what had gone wrong, but Joseph couldn't stop thinking about the feeling inside him. The black hole. It wasn't just in the chamber anymore. It was inside him. He didn't understand it, how could he? He wasn't the one who had been working on the experiment. But the more he concentrated, the more control he seemed to gain. His thoughts twisted, and with them, so did the space around him. He was beginning to understand it. He was the epicenter of this anomaly. It was his reality now. "Joseph," Sarah called, her voice laced with tension. She stepped toward him slowly. "We need to figure out what's happening." You're doing this." Joseph blinked. "What do you mean, I'm doing this?" "You've infected the system somehow," Sarah said, gesturing to the computer screens that were glitching around them. "The black hole's power, it's inside you." She trailed off, her eyes widening. "Oh God, it's spreading." Joseph looked around the lab again. The power had started to ripple outward, like a disease spreading across the surface of the planet. Already, the strange pull in the air had started to affect the nearby desks, the light fixtures, even the floor. The room was warping. Stretching. For a moment, it felt as if everything was being pulled into a void, like gravity itself was losing its grip. Everything seemed heavier. He turned to Sarah. "What happens if it gets worse?" She bit her lip. "If it spreads beyond the lab, we could lose the entire city. Hell, we might lose the entire planet." "Right. Just what I needed," Joseph muttered, taking another deep breath. He stared down at his hands, feeling the energy in his fingertips. He didn't know what to do. But he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't let this go on. He was going to need help. Joseph's mind raced. He could feel the pressure inside him, like a ticking clock, only the hands were moving faster than they should have been. Sarah's words echoed in his ears. If the black hole's influence spread any further, they were looking at an impending apocalypse. What he couldn't wrap his head around, though, was the thought that he, Joseph Cooper, a guy who barely passed his high school physics class, was now responsible for holding the fate of the entire planet in his hands. He tried to focus. "Don't panic," he told himself. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and the mug that had been shattered just a moment ago started to float back toward him. He didn't even have to think about it. It was like the air itself was bending, responding to his will. The weird thing was, it didn't feel unnatural. It felt right. Sarah was still watching him, her expression tense. "Joseph, you have to get this under control." "The black hole, I know," he cut her off, trying to sound confident. But the truth was, he had no idea what he was doing. How could he? The laws of physics had never said anything about one man suddenly becoming a human black hole. Hell, the very idea of it was absurd. He clenched his fist, trying to focus. The black hole inside him reacted almost instantly, sending out a ripple that distorted the air around him. A desk at the far end of the room shuddered and then folded, as if it was made of paper, crumpling into a small, dense ball. It hovered for a moment, then dropped with a thud onto the floor. "Okay, that was unexpected," Joseph muttered, half to himself, half to Sarah, who had stepped back in alarm. "That was a lot more than unexpected," she said, her voice laced with panic. "What the hell is going on?" Joseph didn't answer right away. He wasn't sure if he had the right words. All he knew was that he could feel the black hole inside him now, like it had grown roots deep in his chest. It wasn't just a black hole anymore. It was more like a power, an engine. A force. And somehow, he was connected to it, able to control it, yet also at its mercy. The lab's lights flickered again, and Joseph noticed that the whole building seemed to be vibrating slightly, as though it were teetering on the edge of something. He glanced at the large monitor at the back of the room. Numbers were flashing erratically. Sensors were picking up anomalies that were quickly spiraling out of control. "Sarah," Joseph said, swallowing hard, "we need to get out of here. Right now." Sarah didn't hesitate. She grabbed his arm, her grip tight. "You're not getting away from this that easily," she said, her voice a mixture of anger and desperation. "We need to find out what this thing inside you is doing before it tears apart the entire building." Joseph shook his head. "No, I'm serious. It's not just the building. It's the whole city. The whole world. If we don't figure this out. But before he could finish, the lab shook violently, and the room was plunged into darkness. A deep rumble echoed through the walls, followed by a sound Joseph could only describe as space tearing apart. His heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the black hole's influence growing, spreading out, expanding, out of his control. He reached out instinctively, trying to stop it, but it was no use. He was merely a conduit, the black hole a force that surged through him, no longer obeying his commands. Joseph. What did you do? Sarah's voice came from the darkness, panic rising. I didn't do anything, Joseph said, breathless. It's doing this on its own. I'm just the catalyst. As if on cue, the lights returned, flickering back to life, and Joseph was hit with a strange, dizzying sensation. He looked up at Sarah. She was standing just a few feet away, but she looked different. Her outline shimmered, like a mirage. Her figure seemed to stretch and warp as though reality itself couldn't hold her in place. Sarah, he asked, his voice shaking. Sarah, are you okay? Her image wavered again, like she was half fading in and out of the room. It was unsettling. I think I'm okay, she said slowly, almost disoriented. She reached out to steady herself on the nearby console, but her hand passed right through it, her fingers sliding as though the material had turned to liquid. Joseph's heart skipped a beat. Oh God, no, he could feel it. The black hole's influence wasn't just distorting matter anymore. It was bending the very fabric of time and space. The longer he stood there, the more everything around him seemed to lose its shape, its consistency. The air itself felt thinner, like it was dissolving into nothingness. The black hole inside him was growing stronger, becoming more aware. Joseph could feel it pulling at him, urging him to do more, to let go, to let it consume everything. And part of him, just a small part, was tempted to let it happen. The chaos in the lab was escalating. The walls began to bend, the floor rippled like it was made of water. Objects floated, dislodged from their proper places and drifting through the air. Desks, computers, and papers spun around them in a whirlpool of broken reality. Joseph stumbled back, unable to tear his gaze away from the spiraling mass of spacetime forming in front of him. He couldn't control it. It was too much. Suddenly, Sarah grabbed his arm, her fingers gripping him hard. Joseph, snap out of it. You need to focus. You're the only one who can stop this. Joseph blinked, his mind snapping back to reality. I don't know how, Sarah. It's too strong. Before he could finish, there was a blinding flash of light. The world seemed to implode around them, collapsing in on itself. The sound of air being sucked into the black hole was deafening. And then everything stopped. For a moment, everything was still. The distortion faded, and the room returned to some semblance of normalcy. But it wasn't really normal. Joseph could feel it. Sarah stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? She whispered. Joseph didn't know. He didn't even know what was real anymore. Was this a dream? A nightmare? It was as if he had just reset the entire world. He glanced at the monitor again. The readout had stabilized, but it wasn't right. There were fluctuations, huge, unexplainable spikes. And more alarms began to blare. Sarah, Joseph said quietly. We need to get out of here. I think we're beyond containment now. Just as Sarah opened her mouth to respond, the lab doors burst open. A team of scientists rushed in, their faces a mix of confusion and fear. Among them was Dr. McKinney, the head of the department, who was still wearing his white lab coat as if everything were normal. What the hell is going on here? McKinney barked, looking at the chaos in the room. His eyes fell on Joseph, his expression darkening. You're the cause of this, aren't you?" Joseph didn't have time to explain. He wasn't sure what was happening, but it was clear that the situation was deteriorating faster than anyone could comprehend. "Get out of here!" Joseph shouted. "I need to fix this." But McKinney wasn't listening. He moved forward, pushing past the others, his eyes fixed on the monitors. "You have no idea what you've done, Cooper," he said grimly. "This isn't something you can just fix. You've opened something that shouldn't have been opened." Joseph's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Dr. McKinney turned to him, his expression growing even darker. "You've started a chain reaction. The black hole isn't just in you anymore. It's spreading. It's destabilizing everything. And if we don't find a way to contain it soon, we'll lose everything." Joseph stared at him, the weight of McKinney's words sinking in. He had no idea how deep this went, how far it would spread, but he knew one thing for sure: he was running out of time. Joseph barely registered Dr. McKinney's words. The black hole inside him was now more than a theoretical disaster, it was a living, breathing entity. It felt like it was everywhere, filling his body and mind with a sense of urgency that made it impossible to think clearly. The pull was growing stronger. The city skyline outside the lab's windows seemed to shimmer, as though reality itself was warping and twisting, just as it had done in the lab. "You need to listen to me," McKinney said, his voice sharp with authority. "This is beyond anything we've studied. The black hole you've triggered isn't just some anomaly. It's a gravitational engine, one capable of devouring entire cities if left unchecked. And it's feeding off your energy." Joseph opened his mouth, but no words came out. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His chest felt tight, as though the very air was being sucked out of him. He turned toward Sarah, hoping for some clarity, but her face was pale, her hands shaking. She was struggling, too. The black hole was taking everything, slowly but surely. He glanced back at McKinney. The older scientist was now staring at the readout on the screen, his eyes narrowing with alarm. "This is getting worse by the second," McKinney muttered under his breath. He turned back to Joseph. "We need to contain it. Now." "I'm trying," Joseph rasped, his voice hoarse. "I don't know how." He gripped the edge of the desk, trying to steady himself, but the world around him was starting to bend again, the floor warping beneath his feet. It was as if everything was dissolving into nothing, just like it had when he first inhaled the black hole's energy. McKinney stepped closer, his expression growing more intense. "You don't contain it, Cooper. You stop it. You have to understand, the black hole isn't just in your body. It's interfacing with everything around you. Reality itself is bending to its will." Joseph felt a shiver crawl up his spine as McKinney's words sunk in. He knew what the man was saying was true. The whole lab was shifting, the walls breathing in and out, pulsing with the rhythm of the black hole's power. He could feel it. The black hole was making its way through everything, through space and time. It wasn't just a force of nature anymore, it was a virus, spreading across the city. And it had all started with him. "We need to go to the source," McKinney said. "The containment field, the one that created the miniature black hole in the first place. We have to shut it down. If we can't stabilize the system and reverse the energy flow, this thing is going to tear the city apart." Joseph nodded, his mind still racing. He felt Sarah's hand on his arm, pulling him toward the door. He couldn't hear her voice, but he could feel the desperation in the way she tugged at him. He had to move, had to do something before everything was lost. The hallway outside the lab was nothing like it had been when they entered. The walls were rippling, like waves crashing on a distant shore. The very ground seemed to be shifting, folding in on itself, with cracks opening up like the teeth of a monster about to devour the building. It was clear now that the black hole's influence had spread far beyond the lab. The entire facility, perhaps the whole city, was at risk. McKinney's voice cut through the chaos. "We have to reach the containment chamber on the lower level. It's the only way to shut this thing down." Joseph stumbled forward, his legs unsteady as the ground beneath him seemed to warp. "What do you mean, shut it down? I thought we were supposed to contain it." "That was before it started affecting the city," McKinney said, urgency in his voice. "Now, we have to stop it entirely. We can't contain something this powerful. We can only destroy it." Joseph's head was spinning, and the dizziness only intensified as they made their way down the hallway. It was getting harder to think straight. His thoughts were scattered, swirling with the same chaotic energy that was warping the building around him. He could feel the black hole, his black hole, pulsing, its gravitational pull growing stronger by the second. The world around him seemed to buckle under the pressure. They reached the stairwell, but the door didn't open the way it should have. Instead, the walls bent, twisting unnaturally, and the door itself disappeared, leaving a gaping hole in its place. Through it, Joseph could see strange flashes of light, things that shouldn't be possible. Time seemed to fracture before his eyes, and he could hear voices, distant echoes, from other realities, calling to him in some language he couldn't comprehend. "Joseph! Focus!" Sarah's voice snapped him back to reality. He turned to see her, looking more worried than ever. He realized that she had a point, he wasn't the only one affected by this. She was feeling it too, her own mind starting to fray under the pressure. "I can't," Joseph started, but his words died in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to say it out loud, that they might not make it out of this, that they might all be lost. "Don't think like that," Sarah said firmly, her hand on his shoulder. "We have a chance. But only if you can control this." "I don't know how." Joseph shouted, his voice strained. "I didn't ask for this, Sarah. I didn't want this. I don't even understand how it works." "But you understand it," Sarah said, her tone softening. "You understand how it feels. That's why it's inside you. You have a connection to it. You're the only one who can stop it." Joseph turned toward the hallway. The black hole wasn't just inside him anymore, it was a part of everything. He could feel it, drawing everything toward it. The building. The city. The whole damn planet. Reality itself was warping, breaking apart. It was as if the very fabric of existence was being torn open by an invisible force. And that force was inside him. They moved forward, now at a rapid pace, the stairwell twisting unnaturally with each step they took. At the bottom, they reached a door marked, Containment Chamber. The door was sealed, but Joseph barely glanced at it before stepping forward. He reached out, not thinking, and the air around the door shifted as his hand passed through it, distorting the world around him. The door opened without a sound, as though it had always been open. Inside the chamber was a series of complex machinery, computers, generators, and a massive containment field designed to stabilize black hole energy. The chamber was a relic of another time, built with technology far beyond what Joseph had ever imagined. And yet, standing in front of him now, it seemed insufficient. It looked fragile. Even with all its power, it couldn't hold back the force he'd unleashed. "This is it," McKinney said, stepping forward. "We need to redirect the energy flow." "If we can reverse the polarity." "No," Joseph interrupted. He stepped toward the main control panel, his mind already racing. "We don't have time for that." He could feel the black hole inside him, pulsing, alive. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and the air around him began to ripple. The machines around him flickered as if they were alive, responding to him. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but it was as though the black hole was communicating with him, guiding his hand, urging him to take control. "Joseph," Sarah warned, but he didn't hear her. He could feel it, the black hole's pull was growing stronger. Reality was bending, and he was the center of it all. This was his fault. His responsibility. He focused, pulling everything he had, every ounce of strength, every shred of willpower, and channeled it into the black hole. He didn't understand how he was doing it, only that he had no choice. The room began to hum with energy, the walls flickering, distorting, as though they couldn't contain the force inside him, and then, with a final, desperate push, everything went dark. Alan Miles had always considered himself an ordinary man. Sure, he had a PhD in theoretical physics, worked as the head of a black hole surveillance program, and had a team of high-powered engineers and scientists at his disposal, but none of that mattered to him. It was all routine, really. He'd never been interested in the flashy headlines or the lofty expectations that came with his job. He preferred the quiet hum of his lab, the beeping of machines, the cool, sterile efficiency of it all. No drama. No excitement. Just numbers, theories, and controlled chaos. But today was different. Alan, you know you've got that big meeting with the board, right? His assistant, Rachel, poked her head through the door of his lab, a hint of impatience in her voice. Alan didn't look up from the screen in front of him. Yeah. I know, he muttered, his fingers flying over the keyboard. A routine diagnostic of the black hole surveillance system was underway, just a checkup, nothing special. He'd told the higher-ups that it was a precautionary measure, but the truth was, he'd been putting off the meeting for days. The board members always wanted him to spice things up with their reports, to present grand theories about controlling gravitational forces or saving the world with black holes. But Alan wasn't interested in flashy presentations. He was interested in precision, in cold, hard data. Which was probably why he had been relegated to the back offices of this unremarkable government facility. Tell the board I'm busy, Alan called out to Rachel without turning around. It'll be another half hour at least. Rachel sighed and closed the door, leaving Alan to his work. He clicked through the system's diagnostic protocols, his tired eyes scanning the readouts on his screens. The black hole surveillance system was a marvel of modern science, a giant, high-powered array designed to monitor gravitational fluctuations in real time. The system tracked the movement of objects across vast distances, detecting disturbances caused by black holes, cosmic anomalies, and any other object that might slip into the event horizon of a singularity. It was a tool of immense power, something that had the potential to alter the course of human history if it were used correctly. But so far, it had only been used to catalog data and study the theoretical implications of time and space. There were no grand experiments or breakthroughs to speak of. Alan was so absorbed in the diagnostic that he barely noticed the humming noise growing louder. Then, the system flickered. The screens flashed, and the diagnostic report started to glitch. Damn it, Alan muttered. He leaned forward, tapping keys in an attempt to reset the system, but the lights in the lab began to flicker, and the hum reached an ear-splitting pitch. Suddenly, the main monitor blinked out completely. Alan's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? A strange pattern appeared on the screen, a swirling, dark vortex. At first, it looked like some sort of visual artifact, a glitch caused by the system's malfunction. But it wasn't. Alan's breath caught in his throat. He recognized the shape immediately, the signature of a black hole's gravitational field. A mini black hole particle, something that had been designed years ago as a tool for simulating gravitational events. The system was never supposed to interact with it in this way. He'd heard about the risks, of course. Black hole particles could tear apart any object they came into contact with. A faint voice from behind startled him. Alan, is everything okay? I heard the alarms. It was Rachel again, standing in the doorway. Alan didn't answer. His hands flew over the keyboard, trying to reverse whatever the system had done. The particle was stabilizing, too quickly, too dangerously. Something was very wrong. Get out of here, he shouted, his voice tight with panic, but it was too late. A powerful force swept through the room, and Alan felt himself being drawn toward the monitor, toward the swirling blackness that had consumed the entire screen. He tried to move, tried to break free from the gravitational pull, but it was too strong. The last thing he saw before everything went black was Rachel's face, wide-eyed with shock. When Alan regained consciousness, he was sprawled on the floor of the control room. His head ached as though 1,000 needles had been driven into his skull, and his body felt strange, disoriented. He pushed himself up, glancing around. The room was still there, just as it had been before, but there was something off. The hum of the machines had changed. It was no longer just a background noise, but a low, reverberating thrum in his bones. He staggered to his feet, feeling the floor beneath him ripple as though it were made of liquid. His vision blurred for a moment. He blinked hard, trying to clear his mind. Something was wrong. This isn't right. As he stumbled toward the main console, his fingers brushed the edge of the desk. He could feel the air shift around him, like gravity itself was bending and twisting. Alan's hand hovered over the keyboard, and then, without thinking, he tapped a key. The screen flickered to life. At first, it seemed like the usual diagnostics. But then he noticed something. The numbers were changing. The coordinates on the map were shifting, as though the objects being tracked by the system were moving. No, not moving. Shifting in ways that didn't make sense. Alan blinked again, shaking his head. He swiped a hand across his face. Was he hallucinating? Something's wrong, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He looked down at his hands, feeling the tingling sensation in his fingers, like the very molecules of his skin were vibrating. He flexed his hand and watched in stunned disbelief as the air around him shimmered, distorting slightly, like looking through the heat waves on a hot summer road. With growing panic, Alan realized that the black hole particle he'd been working with wasn't just some experiment. It had merged with him somehow. The sensation of gravity, of space-time, felt different now. He didn't just understand it, he could feel it, could sense the way the world around him was shifting in ways he couldn't explain. A small object on the desk, a pencil, caught his attention. He focused on it, his mind fixating on the tiny, insignificant item. As if by instinct, he reached out with his thoughts, trying to move it. And then, the pencil floated, slowly, off the desk, hovering in midair. What the hell? Alan whispered, watching in disbelief. He waved his hand, and the pencil darted across the room. He didn't move. The object moved on its own, propelled by some invisible force. His heart raced. This wasn't possible. It was like he had somehow become the black hole particle, or it had become part of him. He had no explanation for it, no understanding of what was happening. The pencil fell to the floor with a soft clink, and Alan took a deep breath. I have to calm down. But deep inside, he knew this wasn't a small problem. This was huge. This was a disaster in the making. He glanced at the monitors again. The black hole surveillance system was still running, and the data readouts were even more erratic now. But something caught his eye on one of the displays, a strange symbol, a pattern forming in the data, as if the system were trying to communicate something to him. It was only then that Alan realized the full scale of what had happened. He hadn't just altered the flow of objects in his lab, he had somehow tapped into a power that was beyond anything he'd ever imagined. And he had no idea what to do with it. The room began to spin, and Alan staggered toward the door. He needed to get to the control center, to stop whatever had happened from spiraling out of control. But as he reached the door, the air around him thickened, and he felt himself being pulled back toward the monitor. The black hole particle was still active. And now, it was pulling everything around him into its orbit. Alan staggered back toward the control center, but the floor beneath him seemed to ripple, as though the very ground was bending and warping with each step. It wasn't just that the space felt different, it was that he felt different, as if his body had become somehow untethered from the normal laws of physics. He reached for the door handle and, as he did, the metallic surface rippled under his touch, distorting as though it were made of liquid. His heart pounded in his chest. No. No, 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 Alan muttered under his breath, trying to steady himself. The sensation of being pulled by some invisible force was intensifying. He forced himself to focus. Think, Alan. Focus. In the corner of the room, the black hole monitor was still running, displaying readings he couldn't make sense of. The numbers weren't just fluctuating, they were warping, spiraling into chaotic patterns. Alan had never seen anything like it. He'd spent years studying the theories behind spacetime manipulation, and yet here he was, standing in a world where those same laws were breaking down before his very eyes. The black hole particle was still active, still tethering itself to him. Alan could feel it, a faint hum beneath his skin, like an invisible pulse. He had no idea what to do with this power, no idea how to control it. But the more he tried to resist, the more everything around him seemed to spiral out of control. The object on the desk, the pencil, which had hovered in the air a moment ago, was now spinning rapidly in place, as though caught in some invisible whirlwind. Alan watched in horror as it sped up, moving faster and faster, before it shot off the desk and collided with the far wall with a violent crash. "God," Alan whispered, his voice trembling. He wasn't even touching the damn pencil, and yet it seemed as if his will was shaping reality itself. The hum in the air grew louder, more intense, until Alan couldn't hear his own thoughts. His skin prickled with static electricity, and the very air seemed to distort, bending light in unnatural ways. He raised his hand, half out of instinct, half out of a desperate need to understand what was happening to him. A flicker of movement in the corner of his vision caught his attention. He turned his head and saw the control panel. The screens were flashing warnings: gravitational instabilities detected, signal failures, data corruption, and, most alarmingly, the countdown to an unknown event. The numbers were dropping rapidly, faster than Alan could comprehend. Shut it down, he thought. He needed to shut the system down. It wasn't just malfunctioning, it was expanding outward, rippling through the lab like a spreading infection. If he didn't stop it, the whole facility could collapse. But the more he focused on the screen, the more distorted it became. His vision swam, and the data blurs turned into strange, disorienting patterns, as though the space around him was becoming unreal. His fingers twitched involuntarily, reaching out toward the monitor, and the moment his hand brushed the screen, the entire panel froze. The numbers stilled, and everything fell silent. Alan pulled his hand back, but the silence didn't last. The hum in the air grew deafening, and he felt his body begin to tremble as though the gravitational forces were pulling at him from every direction. He gritted his teeth, trying to maintain control, but the pull, whatever it was, felt inescapable. It was as though the black hole inside the system was reaching out, pulling him closer, demanding to be fed. Before he could react, a metallic shriek echoed through the lab, followed by the unmistakable sound of twisting metal. Alan whipped his head around, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A piece of equipment, something large, heavy, was lifting off the floor. It was hovering in midair, twisting slowly as though caught in a current. Alan's breath caught in his throat. "I'm doing this. I'm making this happen." "No," he muttered, backing away from the floating object. This can't be real." But it was. He could feel it, feel the pull of the black hole energy coursing through his veins, the twisting of space itself. The very air around him felt dense, like gravity had increased 1,000-fold, pressing against his skin, squeezing the air from his lungs. The equipment jerked in midair, and Alan instinctively reached out to try and stabilize it. His hand was trembling, but when his fingers brushed the metal, the entire object shuddered, vibrating violently before it snapped in half with a sickening crack. Half of it vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a fading ripple in the air. "Shit," Alan hissed. He'd just watched an entire piece of equipment disappear before his eyes. Vanished. Like it was never here. He turned back to the control panel, frantically trying to understand the data. The countdown was ticking faster now. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just affecting his lab. It was affecting the entire system. If the black hole particle had gone rogue, it could be pulling everything into a gravitational collapse, starting with the building and spreading outward. Alan ran his hands through his hair, feeling the weight of the situation press down on him like an anvil. How do I fix this? How do I stop it? And then, just as quickly as the chaos began, the hum suddenly stopped, everything went still. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound. No movement. Alan stood frozen in the center of the lab, sweat dripping down his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His heart was racing, the silence almost unbearable. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. He looked around the room. The floating equipment had returned to the ground. The pencil was resting on the floor, undisturbed. The monitors were still flashing warnings, but the countdown had stopped. And then he realized something that made his blood run cold. The black hole particle wasn't just some piece of equipment anymore. It was inside him. He could feel it, pulsating like a dark heartbeat, thrumming through his body. His senses were sharp, but not in a normal way. He could feel the bend of space itself around him. He could hear the hum of gravity itself. What the hell did I do? Alan whispered, barely able to keep his voice steady. He reached down and picked up the pencil, his fingers brushing it gently. His mind was still reeling from the events unfolding, but when he focused on the pencil, it began to levitate again. Slowly at first, but with growing intensity. Alan's heart leaped in his chest as he realized he could control it with just a thought. He wasn't just observing the effects of gravity anymore. He was gravity. The realization hit him with full force. Whatever had happened when the black hole particle fused with him, it had changed him. It had given him the ability to shape space, to manipulate objects, to control reality in ways that he could barely understand. Alan dropped the pencil, and it fell with a soft clink. He wasn't sure if he should be exhilarated or terrified, but the sense of control, of power, was overwhelming. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Focus, Alan. He had to get this under control. He had to stop the system before it got worse. But the deeper he thought about it, the more he realized how dangerous this was. The black hole's power wasn't just some scientific anomaly, it was a weapon. And he had just become its weapon. The door to the lab slid open with a soft whoosh. Alan whipped around, his breath catching in his throat. Rachel stepped into the room, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock. Alan, what's happening? What did you do? Alan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. He didn't know how to explain what had happened, how to tell her that he had unleashed something so much bigger than himself. Instead, he simply reached out toward her, and as his fingers brushed the air, the space between them distorted. Rachel's eyes widened. She staggered back, but not fast enough. The floor beneath her feet seemed to ripple, and with a sudden jerk, the air twisted, pulling her toward him. Alan's heart hammered in his chest. He hadn't meant to do this, hadn't meant to pull her in. No. Stop, he cried, but the force didn't listen. Rachel was caught in the distortion, her feet lifting off the ground, her hands flailing as she struggled to regain control. Alan's mind raced, his panic rising. He didn't know how to reverse this. He didn't know how to stop the power from consuming everything around him. Rachel's face turned white with fear as she was yanked toward him. She slammed against the console, gasping for breath. Alan reached out with both hands, desperately trying to release her from the grip he'd accidentally put her in. And in that moment, the distortion flickered, just long enough for Rachel to tumble to the floor, gasping for air. Alan, she whispered, her voice trembling. Alan fell to his knees beside her, his heart racing, his mind swirling in panic. This wasn't a game anymore. This wasn't some experiment. The power of the black hole particle was real. And he was in over his head. Alan's hands shook as he knelt beside Rachel. She was gasping for air, her wide eyes locked on him, her face pale with shock. The strange distortion in the air had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving her on the floor, still trembling but alive. But Alan wasn't sure how much longer that would last if he couldn't control this, whatever this was, that was happening to him. Rachel, his voice cracked, and he reached out, his fingers brushing her arm. He had to make it stop. He had to fix whatever he'd done. Her breath came in shallow, terrified bursts. What the hell, what was that? What did you just do to me? Her voice was thin, strained with panic. I didn't mean to, Alan stammered, pulling his hand back. The horror of what had just happened settled like lead in his chest. The power inside him, his body was literally warping spacetime. It wasn't just affecting objects anymore, it was pulling people into it. His stomach twisted with the realization that he had no idea how to stop it. Rachel, still disoriented, pushed herself into a sitting position, her gaze flickering over the room. The chaotic energy that had filled the air moments ago seemed to have evaporated, leaving only the quiet hum of the machines in its wake. Alan, you've got to explain what's going on here, Rachel demanded, her voice sharp with a mix of fear and anger. This is beyond crazy. The lab, she stopped, her eyes fixing on something behind him. Alan turned, following her gaze to the monitor. The screen was still showing strange fluctuations, but now there was something worse, a countdown. The numbers were ticking away with maddening speed, slipping further out of control. What is that? Rachel asked. Alan didn't answer at first. He was too busy watching the countdown. His mind was spinning, trying to piece together what had gone wrong. He'd been working with the black hole particle in a controlled environment. This wasn't supposed to happen. He'd designed the system to analyze space-time anomalies, not become one. I'm not sure, Alan said, shaking his head. But I think the black hole particle, it's inside me now. It merged with me. I can feel it. It's warping everything. The system, the lab, this whole facility, nothing is stable anymore. Rachel looked at him, eyes wide. You're telling me, you're not just the head of this system anymore? You're a part of it? Alan ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. I don't know. It's like the system is alive. Like it's controlling me now. I'm not just running it, Rachel. It's part of me. He shuddered, unsure how much sense any of it made. And if we don't shut it down, if I can't get control of it, we're going to lose the entire facility. It's already spreading beyond this room. Then shut it down. Rachel shouted, her panic rising. Do something. Before it gets worse. Alan nodded, standing up quickly. He moved toward the console, his steps shaky but determined. But when he reached for the control panel, the air seemed to crackle with static. His fingers hovered over the buttons, but his hands stopped just before they made contact. The machines, the systems, everything felt too alive, too responsive, as if they were anticipating his next move. A warning flashed across the screen, gravitational instability detected, current trajectory is unsustainable. The countdown continued, relentlessly ticking toward some kind of unknown disaster. He could feel the tremor in the air. The pull in his chest was growing stronger, pulling on him, on everything around him. He could hear the hum of space bending, warping. It was only a matter of time before everything collapsed into the event horizon. Rachel, Alan's voice was hoarse as he turned toward her. You need to get out of here. You need to leave before. No. She shot up from the floor, standing beside him with wide eyes. I'm not leaving. We fix this together. The words were harsh, but Alan could hear the underlying desperation. Rachel had always been determined, fiercely intelligent, yes, but this wasn't something that could be solved with willpower alone. It was a force far beyond their understanding. He didn't argue. There was no time. The countdown reached 0, and everything in the lab seemed to freeze. A pulse of energy shot through the room, a violent wave of gravitational force that slammed Alan against the far wall. He heard a sickening crack, and then darkness. When Alan regained consciousness, he felt different. The air around him was different. He wasn't just aware of it anymore. He was part of it. The space itself seemed to wrap around him, bending under his control, at his will. His thoughts were clearer now, sharper. He could feel every atom in the room vibrating. He could hear the pull of the black hole inside him, thrumming like a heartbeat. It was too much. His mind felt like it was being stretched, pulled in every direction. He didn't have control, not over his body, not over the system, not even over his own thoughts. The black hole was inside him, whispering in ways he couldn't understand. He had to stop it. "Alan," Rachel's voice pulled him from the fog. "Alan, are you okay?" He turned to find her standing near the control panel, her face pale but determined. She was staring at the screens, at the data flashing before her. "I can't stop it, Alan. The system is too far gone." I can stop it," Alan whispered, cutting her off. The realization hit him like a sudden surge of power. He didn't need to shut the system down. He didn't need to reverse the countdown. He could reshape it. He could manipulate the trajectory, adjust the gravitational pull, stabilize the system. He had the power to make it all work. If he could maintain control, but control was slipping fast. Alan could feel the black hole inside him, alive, writhing like an angry beast trying to break free. He wasn't sure how long he could keep it contained, how long his mind could withstand the pressure before it snapped, but Rachel was watching him. Her eyes were filled with a mix of fear and hope. "Please, Alan," she said softly. "Fix this." Alan swallowed, focusing on the console, on the readings. He took a deep breath and pressed his hands to the surface of the panel, just like he had done with the pencil earlier. His fingers tingled as the energy around him hummed, vibrating in sync with the systems. The air seemed to thickening, swirling as though a storm was gathering in the room. He pushed harder, reaching for the core of the system, trying to bend the gravitational field without breaking it. The numbers flickered, then stabilized, just for a moment. The countdown halted, the system's pulse steadied, but Alan's hands were shaking. He could feel the black hole particle twisting inside him, pulling harder, deeper. It was too much for him to handle. The strain, the pressure, it was unbearable. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the pull stopped. The hum in the air went quiet. Alan looked up to find Rachel staring at him, her face pale, her eyes filled with something between disbelief and awe. "You did it," she whispered. For a brief, fleeting moment, Alan felt a surge of triumph. He had stopped the collapse, stabilized the system. He had regained control, at least for now, but as his vision swam and his body trembled from the effort, he realized that it wasn't over. The black hole inside him wasn't gone. It hadn't disappeared. It was just waiting. Waiting for the next moment when it would break free. Alan staggered back, trying to catch his breath. "I don't know how much longer I can keep this together, Rachel. It's in me, and I don't think it'll ever leave." Rachel stepped forward, her expression softening. "Then we fix it. Together." Alan shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. "I don't know if I can fix it. But I'll try." And for the first time since the disaster had begun, Alan wasn't sure if they were going to make it out of this alive. The black hole inside him was a force beyond comprehension, and he wasn't sure if even his newfound power could stop it, but he had no choice but to try. Dr. Carl Geller had always been a little offbeat. There were people who followed the rules, and then there were people who bent them until the laws of physics themselves looked like they were suffering from a bad case of whiplash. Carl was the latter. It was a crisp October morning in Nevada when everything changed. The kind of morning that seemed too quiet, too still, for the kind of chaos that was about to unfold in the hidden laboratory nestled in the desert. The air smelled of ozone and burnt coffee, which was probably because Carl's laboratory had recently been the scene of an electrical meltdown. But that wasn't the problem today. Today, the real disaster was being orchestrated by something much, much smaller. Carl stood before the glowing array of equipment, a mess of wires and instruments connected to a cylindrical container that was labeled "Caution," extreme gravitational flux. He was too focused on his thoughts to care. The air hummed with a low, constant vibration. His glasses perched on the end of his nose, one arm slightly bent, as he bent over a clipboard scribbling down notes. A microscopic black hole particle, less than the size of a speck of dust, was now sealed inside the machine. This was the moment he'd been working for. A breakthrough that could change everything. If it didn't kill him first, Carl, came the voice of his colleague, Dr. Emily Price, pulling him back from his reverie. Emily was a physicist too, but her specialty was quantum mechanics. Where Carl was often lost in the abstract, Emily was grounded in the practical. It was a good balance, but right now, she wasn't impressed. "Are you sure about this? I'm not saying it won't work, but black holes are unstable." Carl looked up, adjusting his glasses. "That's why I'm trying to stabilize them. If we can harness the energy of a black hole without letting it collapse, we could solve the energy crisis. The entire world would change. Think about it, Emily. Free energy. Unlimited power." Emily folded her arms. "You're talking about controlling one of the most dangerous forces in the universe like it's a pet hamster. And I'm not sure it's a good idea to test this right now." She gave him a pointed look, eyes narrowing in skepticism, but Carl was in the zone. He had never been more convinced of anything in his life. The experiment had been months in the making, and failure wasn't an option. He smiled at Emily, his usual mix of cockiness and charm. "That's why I need you here, Em. To make sure I don't accidentally blow up the world." She sighed, but she stayed. "Fine. But if you end up eating your own hair with a black hole in your stomach, don't say I didn't warn you." Carl chuckled as he flicked the switch. For a moment, everything seemed perfectly normal. The equipment hummed, the machine lights blinked like tiny stars in a far-off galaxy, and then, pop, the tiniest of black holes blinked into existence inside the containment chamber. It wasn't much more than a speck of darkness, barely visible to the human eye, but Carl knew what it was. He could feel the energy swirling in the air around him. It was exhilarating, almost intoxicating. He stepped forward, hands hovering over the control panel, heart racing. "Here we go. Let's see if we can keep this little guy stable." That was when it happened. Carl inhaled sharply. The air around him shifted. He felt it first in his chest, a strange, heavy sensation, followed by an unmistakable, all-consuming lightness. The entire room seemed to tilt for a second, and then, suddenly, the floor was no longer beneath him. His feet had left the ground. "What the?" he muttered, reaching for the desk to steady himself. It was no use. The room began to distort around him. The weightlessness was like being caught in the middle of a storm, and every object in sight seemed to obey a strange gravitational pull. "Emily," he called out, but his voice was swallowed up by the sensation of his own body floating higher and higher into the air. A chair near him drifted upward, like a leaf in the wind. His coffee mug followed suit, spinning slowly above his head like some forgotten satellite. Emily's voice came from the other side of the room, strained. "Carl. What the hell is happening? I think it worked." His voice trailed off as he watched the machine, which was supposed to be containing the black hole, now pulsing with an ominous energy. The tiny black hole inside had expanded, just a little. But the expansion wasn't the problem. The problem was that everything else was also expanding. And contracting. Objects around the lab began floating. Metal shavings, pens, even paper clips, all began to defy gravity and levitate in the air. I'm not supposed to be floating, right?" Carl asked, half laughing, half panicked. "Get down, Carl." But it was too late. He was already tumbling through the air, flipping head over heels, like a child's balloon caught in the wind. His body was no longer just affected by the gravitational anomaly, he was the anomaly. There was no up, no down, just the feeling of constant motion. He was like an astronaut who had forgotten to bring a tether to the space station, floating freely. A sudden, violent force yanked him back toward the ceiling, and he collided with a stack of papers that, for some reason, had been drifting upwards as well. He bounced off the ceiling, barely able to comprehend what was happening to his body. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, the pull stopped. He floated in midair, disoriented and utterly helpless. What the hell just happened? Emily asked, her voice close to a scream. She had also been swept into the air, but unlike Carl, she seemed to be stuck, spinning slowly, held by some unseen force like a child's toy on a string. Her arms flailed out helplessly. Carl! This is not how physics works. Carl could only laugh, albeit nervously. It's working just fine, I think. I'm not sure what I just did, but, hey, did you see that? I think I just made gravity my bitch. I'm not impressed, Carl, Emily replied, her voice tight with panic. You're floating. You don't get to make puns when you're defying basic laws of nature. Carl waved his hand in front of him, causing several pens to float toward him like obedient pets. He smiled. You know, I always wanted to be able to control gravity. It was one of those childhood dreams. Emily wasn't laughing anymore. She was staring at the containment chamber, which had begun to rattle. The black hole inside was growing larger, and the energy field around it had started to pulse erratically. The equipment around them began to crackle, and sparks flew from the edges of the machine. Carl, shut it down. This is getting out of control. Emily shouted. Carl glanced at the control panel, trying to focus through the dizziness in his head. He wasn't sure how to reverse the process. He wasn't even sure what had gone wrong in the first place. The black hole was supposed to be contained, he had made sure of that. But now it seemed as though the black hole was not just eating up the lab, it was eating everything that he tried to reach the console, but his body was still caught in the strange gravitational flux. His fingers brushed against a button, but his hand kept floating away before he could press it. Damn it, he muttered. This was not in the plan. And then, the inevitable happened, the black hole expanded beyond containment. A shockwave of gravitational force shot through the lab, distorting the space around them, sending equipment crashing into walls. The containment chamber cracked open like an eggshell under the pressure. Emily screamed. We need to get out of here. Now. But it was too late. The black hole had started pulling everything toward it, the desks, the chairs, the walls themselves. The very air was warping. The space between objects seemed to distort, and Carl felt himself being sucked into it like a ragdoll caught in a vacuum. Then, everything went black, the world seemed to collapse into a singularity. Carl's consciousness was caught in an infinite loop, spiraling through a disorienting array of shifting perspectives. One moment, he was floating in the lab, weightless, helpless. The next, he was plummeting through space, through time, through everything and nothing at once. The floor, the ceiling, the walls, even Emily's frantic face, all distorted into a vortex that sucked him deeper into the maelstrom of reality bending around him. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped, the disorientation cleared, leaving him with a single, horrible realization. He was no longer in the lab. At least, not the lab he knew. He blinked, trying to focus. His body was slumped against something solid, but everything around him was wrong. The air shimmered with an unnatural, deep violet hue. It wasn't the dry desert heat he was used to. There were no buzzing fluorescent lights overhead or the hum of the containment machine. No sound at all, just a vast, eerie silence that made his ears ring. Emily, he whispered hoarsely, though he wasn't sure why. He couldn't hear anything. Not even his own voice. He tried to stand, but his legs felt heavy. His head, still swimming in a kind of cosmic dizziness, refused to cooperate. When he did manage to push himself up, it felt as though he were underwater, the world stretching and pulling around him. His vision was warped, as if he were seeing through a thick fog or, worse, some kind of time dilation. Shapes moved at odd speeds, flashing in and out of existence like distorted reflections in a shattered mirror. He staggered to his feet, heart pounding. He wasn't sure what had happened or how long it had been. Had he been unconscious? Had he lost time? A sudden flare of panic set his pulse racing. His thoughts scattered. He couldn't think clearly. The air around him crackled, and then, in an instant, the scene changed again. The violet haze was gone, replaced by the stark, harsh light of the lab, but it wasn't right. It was as though the very structure of the building had been twisted, reshaped by the immense force of the black hole. The walls were buckling inwards, the air swirling with a gravitational pull that bent reality into grotesque, jagged angles. Items floated helplessly in midair, like space debris caught in the aftermath of a collision. The floor itself was warped, an undulating mass that seemed to breathe, as though the building was alive, reacting to the strain of the black hole's force. Carl could hear distant voices now, echoing in the warped space around him. His mind grasped for meaning, but all he could do was struggle to breathe, each inhale feeling like it was stretching across infinite dimensions. "Emily?" He finally managed, his voice louder this time, though it felt distant and strange, and then, she appeared. Emily was floating in the air, caught in some impossible space where the normal laws of physics no longer applied. Her eyes locked onto his, and Carl could see the panic reflected there, though she was still trying to remain calm, trying to make sense of the chaos. She was hovering just above the ground, like some kind of astronaut, her arms and legs spread out for balance. "You're okay?" she asked, her voice sharp with worry. "What happened? Where are we?" Carl shook his head, his mind racing, still too disoriented to comprehend the full extent of the situation. "I don't know." He stopped, looking around. There was something about the space they were in. Something off about it. It felt like time was slipping away, as if the very fabric of existence was unraveling around him. The black hole's influence had extended far beyond the lab, far beyond what anyone could have predicted. It wasn't just pulling in objects anymore, it was pulling in time. Carl closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The gravitational distortion had warped the very fabric of reality. The world had become unstable, fragile, as though each moment was on the brink of shattering into 1,000 different possibilities. The laws of physics were no longer predictable. The very core of spacetime was being twisted apart, and he was the center of it all. "How long do we have?" Emily asked, her eyes frantic. She was floating closer now, reaching out a hand to steady him. Carl wasn't sure. The longer they stayed here, the more unpredictable the effects would be. He could feel the black hole inside him, the engine that was constantly sucking in energy and mass, threatening to become unstable. It was a part of him now, he could sense its gravitational pull, its hunger. I don't know," he said. "It's worse than I thought. The black hole, it's growing. It's pulling everything in, everything, not just the lab. If this keeps up, it could start pulling in entire cities, the whole planet." "No," Emily interrupted, her eyes wide. "It can't be. It can't have that kind of power." Carl shook his head, frustration building. "Emily, I don't think you understand. This thing isn't just a black hole anymore. It's an engine, inside me. And it's not just absorbing matter, it's absorbing time. The laws of physics are breaking down. Every moment here is unstable." He stopped again, his thoughts racing too fast for him to catch up. "We have to stop it. But I don't know how. If I don't, I'll..." His voice trailed off as he felt it again, the black hole shifting inside him, expanding like some great cosmic beast, threatening to tear apart the space-time continuum. "What happens if you can't stop it?" Emily asked softly, fear in her eyes. Carl turned away from her, the weight of what he was about to say choking him. "Everything." There was a long silence. Emily floated beside him, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as if to hold herself together. She looked like she was bracing for a storm, waiting for the inevitable to strike. Carl, on the other hand, was already spiraling into it. He could feel the pressure mounting, the tug of the black hole pulling at his insides. It wasn't just gravity. It was something deeper, something ancient and unknowable. A force that defied understanding. And now it was a part of him, a ticking time bomb strapped to his own body. He could sense the universe bending around him. Every second was a moment closer to collapse. "Okay," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "We need to get out of here. We need to get to the backup facility. It's the only place that might have the equipment we need to fix this." Emily nodded. "Right. The backup facility. But how do we get there? You saw what happened to the lab, it's all disintegrating. We won't make it through the—" Carl raised his hand, cutting her off. "I can control it," he said, more confidently than he felt. "For now. But we don't have long. The longer we stay in this place, the more unstable it becomes." With a shaky breath, Carl focused, summoning all of his willpower. He reached inside himself, feeling the black hole's gravity pull at his core. It was like trying to hold a storm in his hands, but he had no choice. He had to fight it. The space around them shuddered as he released a wave of controlled energy, a force that pushed outward from his body in an attempt to stabilize the gravitational field. The room around them creaked, groaned, and for a moment, it seemed like the whole structure would crumble. But then, just as quickly, it stopped. Emily blinked, a look of disbelief crossing her face. "You did it?" "I don't know," Carl replied. "I only have a little control. But we don't have much time. We need to move, now." They began to move through the distorted space, carefully navigating through floating debris and unstable corridors. The air was thick with tension, each step feeling like they were walking through a dream, or a nightmare. Time was slipping away faster than they could comprehend. As they neared the backup facility, the world around them began to shift once again, and the ground cracked beneath their feet. The gravitational force intensified. They were getting closer to the center of the disturbance. Carl could feel it, the black hole's hunger. They reached the entrance to the backup facility, but before they could step inside, everything went dark. The darkness that enveloped them wasn't like the familiar blackness of a power outage or the deep shadows of a night sky. It was more like the absence of everything. There was no sound. No light. No feeling, no weight, no direction. Just a vacuum, the kind that echoed with the absence of existence. Carl reached out, his hand slicing through the nothingness. His breath was ragged, and every heartbeat felt louder in his ears, as though he were fighting against the very fabric of space and time. "Emily?" His voice barely made it past his lips. It was as if the darkness swallowed his words before they could leave his mouth. A tremor of panic hit him in the chest, but he forced it down. Stay calm. He had no idea what had happened or where they were, but he couldn't afford to lose control. Not now. Not with the black hole inside him still threatening to tear everything apart. He reached for the small pocket device that held the emergency beacon. He could feel it in his hand, a tiny weight, but the familiar hum of the device wasn't there. He should have felt its vibration, its pulse, anything to tell him it was working, but there was nothing. "Emily," he called again, this time with more urgency. But his voice sounded so distant, so far removed from him, that he might as well have shouted into a vacuum. And then, just as the silence began to stretch its claws around him, the world snapped back into place. The backup facility, finally. Carl was aware of the sensation of his feet touching the ground, solid ground, though it felt like the floor was shifting slightly beneath him. His surroundings were dim, lit by emergency lighting that flickered weakly overhead, casting long, trembling shadows across the metal walls. Emily was beside him, as disoriented as he was. She was steadying herself against the wall, her breathing shallow and quick. "What happened?" she asked, voice tight with a mix of fear and exhaustion. "Where?" I think we just slipped through the fabric of time, Carl said, his voice shaky as he tried to adjust to the gravity, real, actual gravity that no longer bent and warped under the influence of the black hole. He could still feel it inside him, pulsing with its dangerous power, but the external world was stable again. For now. A low, growling hum suddenly echoed in the distance, the sound of machinery powering up. Carl's head snapped toward the source of the noise. The backup facility systems were coming online, which was a good sign. But it also meant that the clock was ticking faster than ever. Emily's hand found his arm, gripping it tightly. Carl, we don't have much time, do we? Carl took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. No. We don't. The black hole inside me. It's getting stronger. And as it grows, it's pulling more and more, matter, energy, time, everything's destabilizing. Then what are we supposed to do? Emily's voice was raw, but it was still full of that grounded practicality that Carl had always admired. You're the one who got us into this mess, Carl. You're the one who's going to get us out. He looked at her, his eyes dark with exhaustion. I don't know if I can. But that wasn't entirely true. He did know what had to be done, or at least part of it. The backup facility housed equipment that could potentially stabilize the gravitational anomalies, but that equipment was designed to contain a black hole, not to create one. Carl had no idea if the machines in there could withstand the strain of a black hole contained inside a human body. He shook his head, trying to focus. He needed to move. We need to get to the central core. That's where the equipment is. We don't have much time. They started toward the hallway that led deeper into the facility, the hum of machinery growing louder with every step. Carl's stomach churned. The black hole inside him was pulling on his insides like a vice, and the effort of moving was beginning to feel like trying to drag a mountain up a cliff. Each step felt heavier, the air growing denser, thicker with the energy of the facility. The walls seemed to ripple with the energy of the equipment, like the whole building was alive, feeding off the gravitational pull of the black hole. Carl could feel the tug of the distortion intensifying, threatening to stretch reality thin again. He glanced at Emily, who was still walking beside him, though her steps seemed heavier now. Her eyes were glued to the corridor ahead, her mind clearly working through all the calculations, all the possibilities. She was trying to figure out a way out. But Carl had no illusions. He knew the truth, there was no way out of this. The black hole was inside him, and it was only a matter of time before it consumed everything around them. The door to the central control room loomed ahead, and Carl pushed it open with a grunt. Inside, the facility's control panel was alive with blinking lights, graphs, and readouts, each one more chaotic than the last. The gravity was pulling in every direction, distorting the data on the screens, making it impossible to make sense of anything. Carl's head swam as he approached the main console. He could feel the pull of the black hole again, sharper this time. He wasn't sure if it was because they were so close to the heart of the facility or because the black hole was starting to pull on the energy around them. Either way, it was getting worse. The center of the room began to spin, like a carousel on the verge of coming apart. I can't think straight, Carl muttered, his hand trembling as he hovered over the control panel. Emily stepped up beside him. Do you need me to? No, Carl interrupted, raising his hand. He couldn't explain it, but something in him snapped into place. His mind cleared, and suddenly he was focused. He could feel the black hole inside him like a ticking bomb, but he also felt something else, the solution, though it was still blurry, still out of reach. He slammed his hand onto the central control panel, sending a pulse of energy through the equipment. The whole room seemed to hum, vibrating with the force of the energy. The machines lit up in a cascade of sparks, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. I need to get closer, Carl said, his voice strained. Emily tried to stop him, her hand reaching out. What are you doing? Carl, no, but it was too late. He could feel it now, the machinery, the energy inside him, the pull of the black hole, and he knew, with terrible clarity, what he had to do. He stepped forward, right into the center of the machine's control hub. The energy that surrounded him was like a storm, wild and unpredictable, and the gravitational field seemed to twist around him. For a brief moment, he felt as if he were standing at the edge of the universe, his feet no longer in contact with anything solid. He could sense the fabric of reality bending around him. "Carl!" Emily screamed, her voice frantic. "Get out of there!" But Carl couldn't hear her anymore. He wasn't listening. His body was already pulled into the heart of the machine, his hands pressing against the control panels, trying to sync with the fluctuating waves of energy. He could feel his own pulse echoing in time with the black hole inside him, and for a moment, it felt like the universe was holding its breath. Then, everything shifted. A massive surge of energy shot out from the core, and the gravitational field around Carl stabilized for the briefest of moments. The distortion began to fade, the chaos receding like a storm that had suddenly lost its strength. The air cleared, the machines powered down, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Carl could breathe again. He sank to his knees, gasping for air. The world around him slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Emily was standing beside him now, her eyes wide, her breath coming in quick bursts. "Carl, what did you?" He raised his hand, cutting her off. "I fixed it," he said, his voice hoarse. "For now. But we're not out of the woods yet. The black hole's still inside me. And it's still hungry." The room was silent for a moment. But in that silence, Carl knew they had a little more time, just enough to figure out how to contain it before it tore everything apart. But for now, they had survived. Dr. Simon Weaver had always thought of himself as a vacuum. Not the kind that sucked up dust from the corners of a house, but the kind that sucked up knowledge, theories, data, and equations. He was that kind of vacuum, the kind that took in everything, without ever being satisfied. It was this obsession with understanding the universe's most elusive, most terrifying phenomena that led him, quite literally, to the edge of everything. But that day changed everything. It was supposed to be just another experiment. One more test in a long series of failed attempts to harness the force of a black hole in a controlled environment. But instead, the universe decided to show Dr. Weaver that there were some forces even he could not predict. The lab was a mess. Cables draped across the floor like snake corpses, tools scattered on every surface, and the faint smell of burnt coffee lingered in the air. Simon stood in the middle of it all, wearing his usual look of frazzled brilliance. His white lab coat was half unbuttoned, sleeves rolled up past his elbows, and his wild, unkempt hair seemed to defy gravity all on its own. He was muttering to himself, staring intently at the shimmering containment field that housed the miniature black hole particle. "Today's the day," he whispered, eyes glinting with a mix of excitement and madness. "This will change everything." Beside him, his assistant Kate was less enthusiastic. She adjusted her glasses, looking at Simon with a mix of concern and disbelief. "Are you sure this is safe?" she asked, her voice strained. Simon waved her off. "Safe? Kate, we're on the brink of rewriting the laws of physics. There's no room for safety in innovation. You've seen the simulations, we're on the verge of a breakthrough. This will revolutionize energy production, space travel, hell, it could even change the course of human history." Kate bit her lip, glancing at the small device inside the containment field. A tiny, flickering orb of swirling darkness, no larger than a marble, hung in midair. It was a mini black hole, one that Simon had managed to create using a particle accelerator, a feat that most scientists thought was impossible. "I know, but," Kate hesitated, "it's alive. It's eating everything around it." "Not everything," Simon corrected her, his voice filled with an odd sort of reverence. "It's not eating anything, it's just consuming energy. Harnessing it." Simon's hands shook slightly as he adjusted the dials on the machine, a small bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Kate stepped back, eyeing the orb warily. The experiment began with a faint hum, barely audible beneath the sound of Simon's breath. The black hole particle started to pulse, and Simon's heart rate quickened in sync with its rhythm. The energy readings spiked on the monitor in front of them, but Simon didn't take his eyes off the particle. He was too focused, too consumed by the potential that lay in front of him. Without warning, the containment field flickered and sputtered, its stability wavering for just a fraction of a second. In that moment, a strange magnetic pulse shot out from the black hole particle, not towards the machines, not towards the walls of the lab, but directly at Simon. Kate screamed, but Simon didn't have time to react. The pulse surged through his body, an overwhelming wave of energy that ripped through his flesh, sizzling across his skin. He stumbled back, his hands clutching at his chest, but the force was too great. His vision blurred as he felt the particle sink into him. There was a crackling noise, followed by a feeling of weightlessness, like his very soul had been pulled from his body. He fell to the ground, eyes wide, mouth open. He didn't scream. There was no pain. Just a sense of overwhelming change, like he was dissolving into the universe itself. Simon. Kate's voice pierced through the haze, but Simon couldn't respond. He felt as if he were sinking through the floor, through the walls, through time itself, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. When Simon came to, he was no longer lying on the cold concrete of the lab floor. He was standing, disoriented, in the middle of a whirlpool of floating objects. His coffee mug, his clipboard, a few scattered pens, and, he noted with bemusement, a rubber chicken, all hovered around him, suspended in midair. Kate was standing at the far side of the room, staring at him in shock. What the hell is going on?" she gasped, eyes wide. "What happened?" Simon looked down at himself. He could feel it, something was inside him. He wasn't sure what it was, but it was there. It was like a pulse in his chest, a thrum of energy that was both alien and familiar. The air around him seemed to warp, like heat rising from the pavement on a summer day, and everything felt heavy. Or maybe light. He couldn't quite tell. Kate gasped again, but her words didn't seem to make sense. She was pointing at him, her mouth moving, but all he could hear was a low hum. "I'm fine," Simon muttered, his voice sounding oddly distant. He reached out, trying to steady himself, and that was when he realized the objects around him were floating because of him. He hadn't even touched them. He could just feel them, as though his body had become one with the space around him. He could manipulate gravity, time. It was as if he had become a black hole itself. The realization hit him with a rush of exhilaration. He had done it. He had achieved the impossible. "I did it," Simon whispered, his voice trembling with awe. "I am it." "What?" Kate demanded. "No. This is not possible. Simon, you've become the black hole." Simon's eyes widened as his mind raced. She was right. He hadn't just studied black holes, he had become one. His body felt strangely light. He could feel the pull of the gravity well inside him, something vast and hungry, a power that could bend the fabric of reality itself. But with that power came an unsettling sensation, something gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. The black hole wasn't just a thing he could control. It was something that was controlling him, too. His heart began to race. The energy inside him was growing, unstoppable. He could feel it in every fiber of his being. He had been so focused on the potential of the black hole, but now, in the quiet aftermath of his success, he realized the true cost. The thing inside him, the black hole engine, wasn't something he could simply command. It was a force. A force that would consume everything in its path, if he let it. "I'm fine," Simon muttered again, this time to himself. "I just need to think." Need to, but as the words left his mouth, the room around him began to distort. The objects in the air started to vibrate violently. Kate shouted something, but the words were lost in the static of the moment. Simon reached out instinctively, his hands pulling the floating objects back toward him, but something was off. His control was slipping. Kate was backing away, eyes wide with fear. "Simon, stop. But it was too late. A burst of energy exploded from him, sending everything flying across the room with the force of a small explosion. The glass on the windows shattered, the walls groaned under the strain, and the world around him began to collapse. Simon looked at his hands, at the glowing tendrils of black energy that now flickered beneath his skin. His heart skipped a beat. What had he done? Simon didn't know how much time had passed when the chaos finally subsided. The hum in the air was still there, but now it felt more like a pulse, steady, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. He was still standing in the middle of his lab, but the room had changed. The walls were cracked, the windows were shattered, and the shelves had buckled under the weight of whatever gravitational force he had unleashed. Floating pieces of equipment drifted lazily around him, some spinning in slow, erratic circles that he could feel the pull inside him. Not just in his chest, but in his very bones, like a hunger that was growing stronger with each passing second. The black hole particle wasn't just inside him, it was becoming him. "Kate," Simon said, his voice sounding distant, almost foreign. He turned slowly to look at her, his eyes narrowing as he saw the fear in her expression. Kate was still standing by the door, her face pale, her hands clutching the doorframe for support. "What did you do?" she whispered, her voice shaking. "Simon, this isn't you." Simon opened his mouth to speak, but the words didn't come out the way he expected. Instead, he felt a pressure behind his eyes, a sort of mental strain. His vision blurred, and for a moment, it was as if he could see the entire world in a single moment, a stretched-out, warped image, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. The black hole energy within him seemed to ripple, distorting the space around him. It was as if the universe itself was bending to his will. And yet, he couldn't control it. "I didn't do anything," he said, his voice suddenly hollow. "It did this, to me." His hands twitched. He tried to focus, but his mind was still caught in that strange, vast space, the place where he could feel everything around him, and yet, nothing truly made sense anymore. He could hear the hum of the universe itself, like a distant song playing just out of reach. He felt it inside him, this hunger, this pull toward something greater, something beyond anything he had ever understood. The sound of Kate's footsteps broke through his reverie. She was moving toward him, cautiously, still unsure, but determined. She stopped a few feet away, her eyes scanning him with growing dread. "Simon," she said softly, almost as if speaking to a child. "Listen to me. You have to fight it. You need to find a way to stop this before it's too late. She hesitated. "You're not just a person anymore. You're something else." Simon didn't respond right away. His gaze drifted to his hands again. He could see the dark energy curling just beneath his skin, like smoke swirling in the air. The black hole inside him was no longer a foreign object, it had become an integral part of his being, like a parasite that was feeding on him from the inside out. But there was something more. As the seconds passed, Simon could feel it, he could feel the world around him slipping. It wasn't just the lab, the objects floating around him, or even the warping of space. It was his mind. His thoughts were becoming fragmented. He couldn't focus. He couldn't hold on to a single thought for more than a few moments before another one would take its place, each more urgent, more pressing than the last. "I can feel it," he said, his voice quiet now. It's inside me. It's trying to take me." Kate didn't respond at first. Instead, she took a careful step forward, her hand outstretched, as though trying to reach him, to ground him. "Then fight it," she urged. "You have to fight it, Simon. You're still in there. You can still fight it. You're not just a black hole." Simon's head snapped up, and for a brief moment, his eyes focused on hers. But something in his gaze had changed. There was a flicker of recognition, followed by an unsettling blankness, as though the man she had once known had already slipped away, leaving only the shadows of who he had been. "I can't fight it," he whispered. The words barely made it out of his mouth. "It's too strong. It's not just inside me. It's taking me apart." The lab's hum intensified. Objects around him vibrated, caught in the pull of the growing gravitational field. Kate's eyes widened, and she took another step back. "Simon, please," she said, her voice trembling. "You don't have to do this. There's always a way out. There has to be. We just need to figure it out together." Simon shook his head slowly, a strange, sorrowful smile tugging at his lips. "You don't get it, Kate. It's too late." Before she could speak again, a loud, sharp sound filled the room, the crackling of glass breaking, followed by a rush of wind as the very air around Simon seemed to warp and twist. He barely noticed, his mind slipping further away, swallowed by the black hole growing inside him. Then it happened. Kate cried out as she stumbled backward, her feet skidding across the floor as the lab's walls and ceiling seemed to bend and collapse inward. It wasn't just the objects floating or the strange energy, everything around them was folding in on itself, as though the very fabric of space was unraveling. Simon's hands shot out instinctively, but not with the intent to stop it. He was just responding. The black hole inside him was drawing everything into its gravitational pull, pulling the lab, the entire building, everything around him, toward its singularity. Kate was no longer screaming. She was simply frozen, watching in disbelief as the walls crumbled. The ground beneath them began to shift, and Simon felt it, a tugging at his chest, pulling him toward the center of the event. The black hole wasn't just inside him anymore, it was consuming everything around him. He was going to be lost in it. "Kate," Simon murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." Then, without warning, he collapsed to his knees, his entire body trembling as the pull of the black hole grew stronger. He could feel the darkness wrapping around his soul, pulling him deeper, farther from the person he had once been. The sensation of time itself stretching and collapsing became too much. His vision blurred again, and for the briefest moment, he thought he saw the world through a new set of eyes, eyes that were both his and not his at all. But in that moment of perfect clarity, Simon understood. He wasn't just fighting the black hole. He was becoming it. It was too late to stop it now. He couldn't stop it. He had crossed a line he couldn't uncross. In one final act of desperation, he reached out and touched Kate's hand, feeling her warmth, her humanity, for the last time. "I'm sorry," he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. The pull of the black hole intensified, and in the next instant, the world around him collapsed into a singularity of light, sound, and energy. There was nothing left. In the aftermath of the implosion, the world seemed to stand still. The chaos, the destruction, all of it had folded into itself. There was nothing left of the lab, the building, or the city that had stood at its edge. The place where Simon Weaver had once stood, an embodiment of human curiosity and ambition, was gone, swallowed by the black hole that had become a part of him. But for Kate, standing outside the collapse, there was no instant relief. Her mind raced, grasping for an explanation, for any shred of hope that Simon might still be somewhere inside the catastrophe he had caused. The air around her buzzed with a low hum, a reverberation of the energy that had surged moments before. It felt wrong, like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. She had been forced to watch it all, helpless, as Simon had surrendered to the darkness inside him. There had been no way to stop it, no way to reach him in time. She could still hear his voice, the broken apology that had slipped through his lips in his final moments. "I'm sorry." It was a hollow phrase, a last flicker of humanity before the universe swallowed him whole. Kate stood frozen in the middle of what used to be a bustling street, debris and dust swirling around her. There were no screams anymore, no sirens. Just the unnatural silence of a world that had been torn apart. The force had dissipated, but the gravity, literal and figurative, of what had happened remained. But what now? Kate had spent years under Simon's tutelage, following him through every insane theory and dangerous experiment. He had always been the one with the answers, the one who could predict the future, who could see the patterns in the universe. And now? Now, he was gone. Or at least, the man she had known was, but she knew there had to be something left. Something she could do. Maybe it's not too late. Her fingers shook as she pulled out her phone, typing a quick message to her colleagues at the university, asking for help. She couldn't stay here, not now, not with everything crumbling around her. But her mind was already somewhere else, on Simon. On the black hole that had consumed him. Could she reverse it? Was there a way to stop the force he had unleashed before it swallowed the rest of the world? The thought was both absurd and desperate. She didn't even know where to begin. But she had to try. The next few days were a blur. She spent most of her time in front of monitors, poring over data from the lab's servers. She managed to access the backup files from Simon's experiments, though they were far from complete. The notes were disjointed, his usual neat handwriting scribbled with erratic lines and nonsensical equations as though he had been losing his grip on reality. But it was the pattern, the underlying thread, that she focused on. The black hole, she wasn't entirely sure of what it was, not in the way Simon had understood it. It wasn't just a mini black hole particle. It had become something else, something sentient, something alive. It had become a part of Simon, a parasite that had taken root in his mind and his body, but Kate wasn't ready to believe that Simon was truly gone. She couldn't be. The way he had looked at her in the final moments, there had been something there. A spark. He had fought it. Even as the black hole consumed him, there had been something of the man left. That was her hope, the only hope she had left. Days blurred into weeks as Kate continued to pore over Simon's work, reaching out to colleagues, trying to make sense of it all. She visited the remnants of the lab, now little more than a crater in the ground. The smell of burnt metal still lingered in the air, and the hum of static electricity was a constant, like the ghost of something unfinished. The black hole, though it no longer had a physical form, lingered in her thoughts. She could feel it, like a presence watching her from the edges of her mind. She wasn't alone in this. The government had taken over the investigation, but Kate had insisted on staying close, offering her expertise. The black hole particle was a phenomenon that no one had been prepared for, least of all the scientists who had worked with it. She knew that if they were going to understand it, to contain it before it spread any further, she would have to be the one to do it. Simon would have wanted her to, but there was no roadmap for this. She couldn't just reverse time or undo what had happened. The black hole was too powerful. It had rewritten the laws of physics around itself. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that maybe the answer wasn't in controlling the black hole. Maybe the answer was in controlling the thing that had become a part of it. Simon. She could feel him in the back of her mind now. Every time she looked at the data, every time she thought of him, she could almost hear his voice, muffled but insistent. It was like he was still there, somewhere in the event horizon, caught in a loop of time and space that he couldn't escape. The truth hit her like a cold slap. What if Simon wasn't gone? What if he had been absorbed by the black hole? Yes, but what if the black hole hadn't just consumed him in the way they thought? What if it had taken him and merged him with the singularity? Kate's breath caught in her throat as the idea took hold. The black hole didn't just destroy. It transformed. It could bend and warp space, but it didn't necessarily erase everything that entered it. Maybe Simon's consciousness, his mind, was still inside that black hole. Maybe it could still be saved. She didn't know how to prove it, but she knew she had to try. The thought was wild, impossible, but after everything she had seen, after everything that had happened, what other choice did she have? She was standing in front of a large computer screen at the university, surrounded by dozens of readouts and simulations. The black hole had been contained in a temporary energy field, one designed to keep it from expanding beyond a certain radius. But Kate knew that this was only a temporary measure. She had no illusions that they could keep it contained forever. She needed a way to tap into it, to pull Simon out before it was too late. the equations on the screen swirled in front of her like a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. There was no simple fix, no easy way out. But there was one thing she could try. The black hole's gravitational field was strong, yes, but it was also delicate. If she could find the right frequency, if she could sync her own consciousness with the singularity, Kate's fingers flew over the keyboard, her heart racing. She didn't know if this would work, didn't know if Simon could even hear her through the darkness that had consumed him. But she had no other option. She had to reach him. The screen in front of her blinked, then froze. A new window popped up, displaying a single line of code: gravitational pulse detected. Kate's breath caught in her throat. It was working. She hit the enter key, and the lab around her seemed to hum. The gravitational field around the black hole pulsed with energy, and Kate's body seemed to resonate with it. She could feel the presence inside the singularity now, not Simon entirely, but something. A flicker of consciousness. A spark. "Simon," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Are you there?" The hum around her grew louder, and for a moment, the world went black. It was in that moment, when the universe seemed to collapse into itself, when the walls of space and time bent in on her, that Kate heard it. The whisper. The voice. Kate. It was Simon's voice. Dr. Liu Shiji had always been a bit of a mess. Not in a cool, scientific genius way, like the ones in movies who wore lab coats and delivered world-changing lectures while adjusting their glasses with a confident flair. No. Liu was the kind of scientist who forgot to wear his glasses, spilled coffee on his lab notes, and was almost universally disliked by the cleaning staff because he never seemed to notice how much junk he accumulated. Tonight, though, he wasn't worried about the coffee stains or the inexplicable mountain of takeout containers that had slowly begun to overtake his lab. No, tonight was the night he was going to change the world, or at least, he was going to try. Liu's latest project, an experimental attempt to create a controllable miniature black hole, had progressed to the point of near disaster, which, to Liu, was the hallmark of true scientific advancement. So, in his typical absent-minded brilliance, he strapped himself to the lab chair, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to push the button that might just end civilization as we know it, or not. It was really hard to tell. The experiment was simple in theory. He had spent years designing a device that could harness the incredible energy of black holes in miniature form. It wasn't a full-on singularity, of course, just a small particle, no bigger than a speck of dust. But it was enough to create an immense gravitational pull. The idea was that this tiny particle would be contained within a shielded vacuum, where it could be studied for energy extraction. Easy, right? Well, Liu hadn't accounted for one thing. The laws of physics tend to laugh in the face of arrogance. As the particle was activated, the machine hummed, then sparked. There was a loud bang, the lights flickered, and suddenly, Liu felt something strange. A sharp tug in the pit of his stomach, like he was being pulled in two directions at once. His head spun. And then, blackness. When Liu woke up, he wasn't sure how much time had passed. His head throbbed. His vision was blurry. But when he tried to sit up, he realized that something was different. For one thing, his lab chair was floating about a foot off the ground. His coffee mug, previously abandoned on the desk, was now orbiting around his head in lazy circles, as if it had just decided to join the party. Liu blinked several times, rubbed his eyes, and promptly fell backward, slamming into the ground with a noise that was half slapstick and half panic. Okay, this is fine, he muttered to himself. I'm just seeing things. Or dreaming. Or hallucinating. I mean, who doesn't hallucinate a floating mug once in a while, right? He reached out to grab the mug, but as his fingers got close, it zipped away, swerving just out of his reach. Hey! Liu said, half in annoyance, half in awe. He didn't know whether he was more impressed by the mug's newfound independence or irritated that it wouldn't just sit still for a second. Come back here. He reached out again, more deliberately this time, but the mug just drifted farther away. Lou took a deep breath, then tried something else. He focused on the mug, narrowing his eyes, and willed it to stop. The mug froze mid-air. Lou's eyes widened. Okay. That was unexpected. But hey, okay. Maybe this could be useful. Without thinking, he imagined the mug floating back toward him, and, sure enough, it did. It hovered gently toward his outstretched hand, stopping just a couple of inches away. A grin spread across Lou's face. Oh, this is gonna be fun. He was so caught up in the absurdity of his newfound power that he didn't even realize the full implications of what had just happened. He wasn't just floating coffee mugs now. He could feel it, something deep inside him had shifted. He didn't know how or why, but something had changed on a fundamental level. Time itself, it seemed, was bending around him. Lou stood up shakily, swayed for a moment, and then, in a burst of excitement, he threw his hand forward, attempting to manipulate the floating mug as though it were a toy. The mug shot across the room with a speed that was both exhilarating and terrifying. But when it hit the wall, it didn't shatter. It just stopped. And hovered. Lou blinked, heart racing. I'm controlling gravity. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He had done it. He had somehow, become the master of the very forces that governed the universe. Or at least, that's what it felt like after a few moments of experimenting, floating papers, spinning pencils, making random objects hover. Lou's excitement began to subside. He looked around the lab, his eyes narrowing as the weight of the situation finally started to settle in. The door to the lab creaked open. Lou looked up, startled, only to find his assistant, Zhao Yun, standing in the doorway, holding a stack of research papers. Dr. Lou? Zhao said cautiously, eyes darting to the floating mug. What's going on in here? Lou blinked at him, still holding his breath. I don't really know. But I think I've just, before he could finish, his chair floated past him, heading toward the ceiling. He grabbed it out of the air, his hand coming down with a bit too much force. The chair crashed into the floor, sending up a cloud of dust. Right, Lou muttered, rubbing his temples. I'm going to need to figure this out. The next few days were a blur. Lou didn't have much time to get used to his newfound abilities. Word spread quickly about his accident, and soon enough, people from every corner of the world started knocking on his door. Governments, tech corporations, and shadowy organizations all wanted a piece of the action. It was a little overwhelming. The first knock came from a representative of a government agency. The second came from an international energy conglomerate. By the third visit, Lou had stopped even trying to pretend he wasn't out of his depth. They all promised him the moon, funding, research facilities, unimaginable resources. They told him he could be the one to change the world, that his ability could help humanity achieve feats that had been unimaginable just days before. You could end the energy crisis, one executive said, holding up a glossy brochure filled with diagrams of clean energy sources. Just imagine what we could do with you at the helm. The offers were tempting. But the weight of his decision pressed heavily on Lou's shoulders. There was a strange, nagging feeling in his gut that told him it wasn't that simple. Meanwhile, Lou continued to experiment with his powers, still unsure of what exactly he was capable of. The floating mugs and objects were only the beginning. He soon discovered that he could manipulate entire fields of gravity, bending time, space, and even light. It was like being a god, and, as Lou soon realized, not a particularly responsible one. In moments of reckless experimentation, he found himself accidentally warping the very fabric of reality. Time would skip forward, hours would disappear, and objects would flicker in and out of existence. He'd created a black hole engine in his lab, but now the engine seemed to be creating more problems than solutions. What had begun as a potential solution to the world's energy crisis was rapidly becoming a ticking time bomb. Lou woke up one morning to find the world already crashing down around him, not literally, at least, not yet, but it felt close. His phone buzzed incessantly on the nightstand, the screen flashing with notifications, calls, and messages. He groaned, rubbing his face, trying to shake the remnants of his strange dreams. The past few days had been a blur, and Lou wasn't sure if he was the mad scientist at the center of an exciting breakthrough or the catalyst for a global catastrophe. Gravitational anomalies had started cropping up around the world, some minor, some large enough to be noticed by satellites. Earth's magnetic field had shifted, creating unusual weather patterns and violent storms. Even stranger, strange pockets of space-time distortion began appearing in certain places, small whirlpools of time itself, distorting reality for anyone caught in them. It was as if Lou's small experiment had cracked open a door that the universe itself was now struggling to close. Lou barely had time to collect his thoughts before there was a knock at the door. The constant interruptions were starting to wear him thin. He reluctantly pushed himself out of bed, pulled on a wrinkled t-shirt, and shuffled toward the front door. He opened it to find Zhao Yun, his assistant, looking more harried than usual, a mix of concern and excitement flickering in his eyes. "There's been a development," Zhao said, his voice tight with urgency. They've called it the black hole incident. The entire world's economy is starting to collapse. Governments are panicking. And they're blaming you." Lou blinked at him. "Blaming me? For what?" "Think about it, Dr. Lou. The anomalies, the disappearing resources, the storms, Zhao trailed off, shaking his head. "They say your experiment triggered something that's growing out of control. You have to stop it." Lou felt a cold knot settle in his stomach. It hadn't been his intention to break the world, but he should have seen this coming. The weight of what he'd done, or failed to do, was suddenly crushing. And what was worse, he was starting to understand just how much of the world's future depended on his next decision: the black hole engine. It had been an idea born out of the best of intentions, a plan to solve Earth's crippling energy crisis. He'd designed it to harness the energy of miniature black holes, not realizing that he'd accidentally built a device that could consume everything around it. It had taken only a few days for the engine to spiral out of control, draining not just energy but resources, minerals, oil, even whole swaths of land. The tipping point had been when the engine began to destabilize the Earth's own gravitational fields, triggering storms and temporal distortions. Lou had no idea how much damage had been done. His lab had been a zone of chaos, with no clear understanding of how the engine was affecting the planet's delicate balance. The worst part? He had no idea how to stop it. He hadn't even fully figured out how it worked yet. "We need to find a solution," Zhao said, voice firm but his face tight with worry. "And we need to do it fast." Lou nodded. He stepped back into his lab, pushing aside the clutter of equipment and papers. A broken mug sat in the corner, evidence of his previous chaotic attempts to get things under control. He ran a hand through his hair, his thoughts racing. Time was running out. If they didn't act quickly, humanity might not get a second chance. The black hole engine was still in its containment chamber, sitting like a ticking time bomb. Lou had been too afraid to turn it off, afraid of what would happen if he tried, afraid it might collapse entirely and tear a hole in the fabric of reality. But leaving it on was just as dangerous. It was draining the planet's resources, and every moment it was active, the gravitational distortions grew more erratic. "We can't let it keep going like this," Zhao said, as if reading Lou's thoughts. "We have to do something before it destroys everything." Lou looked at the device, his mind swirling with conflicting emotions. He had created it. He had the power to fix it. But at what cost? Maybe there's another way," Lou murmured, more to himself than to Zhao. That he stared at the machine, his fingers twitching with the desire to fix it. To control it. But then, a darker thought occurred to him. What if the only way to stop the black hole engine was to seal it forever? What if, instead of fixing it, the solution was to erase it, destroy it completely, and take his powers with it? He turned to Zhao, his mind racing. What if I have to destroy it? What if the only way to save the world is to let it go? Zhao's face faltered for a moment, his expression wavering between fear and disbelief. Destroy it? Dr. Liu, you're talking about erasing the only chance we have to solve the energy crisis. There's no way we can just— I know, Liu interrupted, but we have to think about the bigger picture. If the engine keeps consuming the planet's resources, if the distortions keep getting worse, we won't have an energy crisis anymore. We'll have nothing left. No energy, no resources, no Earth. Zhao looked torn. His eyes flickered between the machine and Liu, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if he might argue. But then, his shoulders slumped, the weight of the situation sinking in. I know. But you can't just shut it down without understanding what will happen. You don't know how far this could go. Liu nodded grimly. I'm starting to realize that the only way to fix this might be to let go of the power that caused it. It wasn't a comforting thought. The idea of relinquishing his newfound abilities, his control over gravity, time, and space, it was terrifying. But Liu couldn't shake the feeling that it was the only way forward. After a long silence, he turned back to the black hole engine, its hum a low, ominous background noise. It was still pulling at the very fabric of the world. He could feel it, like a low thrum in his bones, like the earth itself was trying to scream. He had to act, and quickly. Liu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Zhao, I need you to prepare a backup plan. If this doesn't work, I need to make sure the world has a chance to survive without us. Zhao looked at him for a moment, confusion flickering in his eyes. What are you talking about? I need to sever the connection, Liu said softly. I need to shut it down completely. And if that means— he swallowed, the words bitter on his tongue— if that means destroying everything we've worked for, then so be it. Zhao didn't respond at first. His lips parted as though he were about to say something, but the words didn't come. Finally, he nodded, resignation settling in his face. Okay. I'll prepare the contingencies. Liu turned back to the engine, his heart racing. He wasn't sure how he was going to do this, but he had no other choice. He had to act now, before the world was beyond saving. The next few hours passed in a blur. Liu and Zhao worked together, trying to figure out how to safely contain the engine's destructive force. It was like playing with fire, only the fire was alive, and it was growing stronger by the minute. At the center of the lab, the engine pulsed. Liu could feel the gravitational pull growing stronger, as though the very air around him was warping. He stood before it, his heart hammering in his chest, and finally, he made the decision that he would use his powers to sever the connection between the black hole engine and the world. It was the only way. He had to risk it all. Liu closed his eyes, focusing on the black hole at the center of the device. With a deep breath, he extended his will, forcing the gravitational field to collapse. Time and space bent around him, warping as his powers stretched to their limits. The engine trembled. Then, with a sound like 1,000 crashing waves, it collapsed in on itself. For a brief moment, Liu felt nothing but the weight of the universe pressing against him. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The black hole engine was gone, the world fell silent. Liu's knees buckled, and he fell to the floor. His head spun, his vision blurred, and he struggled to catch his breath. But, despite the dizziness, there was a strange sense of peace. The world was saved, but at what cost? Liu sat on the cold floor, his body trembling, his mind a tangled mess of confusion and relief. He had done it. The black hole engine was no more. There was no more hum in the air, no more oppressive weight pulling at the very fabric of spacetime. He opened his eyes and blinked, adjusting to the sudden stillness that enveloped the room. It was over. But as the weight of the silence settled in, the feeling of triumph that Liu expected to flood him didn't come. Instead, there was a hollow emptiness, a void that mirrored the very thing he had just destroyed. The black hole engine had been his creation, his mistake, his responsibility, and now, he was left to pick up the pieces of a world that would never be the same again. Zhao Yun was still standing by the control panel, frozen, staring at the empty space where the black hole engine had once been. His face was pale, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "What now?" Zhao asked, his voice tight with disbelief. Lu didn't answer at first. He just sat there, staring at the spot where the device had been, his mind spinning. He had done it. He had severed the connection. The world would survive, barely. But at what cost? The black hole engine had been more than just a source of energy. It had been a vision, a dream, an answer to the energy crisis that had plagued humanity for centuries. And now, it was gone. The people who had come to him, the governments and corporations, all the promises of unlimited power, none of it mattered anymore. Lu had turned his back on all of it. He could feel his hands shaking. The reality of what he had done was starting to hit him. I don't know, Lu finally muttered, his voice hoarse. I just don't know. Zhao didn't speak again, but his eyes were full of questions. How had Lu made such a decision? How had he turned his back on the very thing that could have saved the world? Lu pushed himself to his feet, slowly, his legs unsteady as though he were walking on unfamiliar ground. The room felt too small, too suffocating. He had to get out. We need to leave, Lu said, his voice more forceful now, though it still carried a weight of doubt. We can't stay here. We need to. He cut himself off as a strange hum filled the air. For a moment, he thought he was hearing things. He had just severed the connection, hadn't he? But no, the hum wasn't gone. It was faint, like a low vibration beneath the surface, but unmistakable. Did you hear that? Lu asked, his voice tight. Zhao nodded slowly, his eyes widening. What the hell is that? Lu looked around the lab, panic beginning to claw at the edges of his mind. The hum was getting louder, more insistent, as if the very air was starting to vibrate with some new, unseen force. The walls around them seemed to warp, as if reality itself were being bent again. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and Lu staggered forward, grabbing onto the edge of the desk for support. Is it? Zhao began, his voice trailing off in fear. I don't know, Lu replied, his heart pounding. It shouldn't be. I cut the feed. I stopped it. This shouldn't be happening. The hum grew louder, a deafening roar now filling the lab. Lu's vision blurred as he looked around, trying to make sense of it. He stumbled backward, his head spinning, and then, suddenly, he understood. It wasn't the black hole engine, it was something else. Something he hadn't anticipated. The very fabric of reality was shifting again, but this time, it was different. The distortions weren't localized around the machine. They were everywhere. Time and space were beginning to warp, not just in this room but across the world. Lu's mind raced as he realized the horrifying truth. The black hole engine had been only a symptom of a much larger problem, his powers. He had never fully understood the extent of what he could do. He had controlled gravity, manipulated spacetime on a small scale, but now it was as though he had opened a floodgate, and the full force of the universe was pouring through, twisting everything around him. No, 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 Lu whispered to himself, his breath shallow. I didn't mean to. The floor beneath his feet began to buckle. Lu grabbed Zhao by the arm, pulling him toward the door. We need to get out of here. Now. They ran toward the exit, but as they reached the door, it slammed shut with a force that shook the entire building. Lu slammed his fist against the door, panic rising in his chest. There was no escape. No way out. The world was unraveling around them, and Lu knew. He was the cause. Lu, look. Zhao shouted, pointing toward the ceiling. Lu's eyes followed Zhao's gesture, and his stomach dropped. The walls of the lab were rippling, as if the very structure of the building was being pulled apart by some unseen force. The air shimmered and bent, as if the laws of physics themselves were breaking down. Zhao stumbled back, his face pale with fear. This isn't just here. It's everywhere. It's like it's spreading. Lou's mind raced. He tried to focus, to think, but all he could feel was the overwhelming weight of responsibility crashing down on him. The black hole engine had been his creation, but it was his powers that had unleashed this. What had started as a small accident, a spark of genius turned disaster, had now become an existential crisis for humanity. The world itself was collapsing, and Lou was the one who had opened the door. I have to fix this, Lou said, his voice cracking. Zhao looked at him, his expression torn. How? How can you fix this? I don't know, Lou whispered, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. But I have to try. In the distance, a loud crack echoed through the building. The entire structure seemed to tremble, as if it were about to collapse under the weight of the distortions. Lou could feel his heart racing in his chest. This wasn't just a localized disaster anymore. This was global. The black hole engine had been the catalyst, but his own abilities had set the universe itself on a collision course with destruction. He looked at Zhao, his face set with grim determination. I have to stop it. I have to fix what I've broken before it's too late. Zhao didn't say anything for a moment, but his eyes were filled with resignation. I'll help you, he said softly, his voice full of quiet understanding. Together, they moved toward the control panel again. But this time, Lou knew it wasn't enough to just shut down the engine or the power. The very structure of reality itself was in jeopardy. He needed to reverse the effects. To undo what had been done, Lou reached out, his fingers trembling as he tried to focus. He stretched his will, concentrating on the black hole of energy inside his mind, the source of everything. Time and space bent around him, warping, twisting. The air shimmered like heat waves, reality folding in on itself. But it wasn't enough. He couldn't keep it contained. I need more, Lou whispered, his voice desperate. But as he reached deeper, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This wasn't just about controlling the power anymore. It was about letting go. To sever the connection not just between him and the machine, but between him and everything. Only by releasing the grip he had on reality, could he hope to stop the chain reaction. A cold, crushing silence filled the room as Lou focused every ounce of his willpower on releasing the energy. Time slowed to a crawl, the distortions warping into a brilliant flash of light. And then, with a deafening roar, it all collapsed. Lou's mind raced, but everything was still. For the briefest of moments, the world was quiet. It was as if nothing had ever happened, as though the forces he had unleashed had been undone in one instant. The hum of the black hole engine, the distortions in spacetime, the warping of reality, they were gone, but in the silence, Lou felt something inside him fracture. The universe had righted itself, but he had lost everything. And there was no going back.